Good evening. I'd like to call the regular City Council meeting of Tuesday, June 20th, 2023 to order at 6:31 p.m. Pledge of Allegiance will be led by Council Member Chan.
Please rise, place your hand over your heart, and recite the words of the pledge with me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
City Clerk, roll call, please.
Mayor Harrington,
Here.
Vice Mayor Wu,
Here.
Councilmember Chan,
Here.
Councilmember Ding,
Here.
Councilmember Menchaca.
Here.
Thank you. Closed session report.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor, council members. Council took up one item in closed session, that was labor negotiations with all unrepresented and represented groups. No reportable actions were taken by the council.
Thank you. Next, we'll have some announcements from our Chief City Clerk.
Tonight's meeting is live streamed on Cable Channel 3 and the city's online platforms. If you wish to address the City Council during tonight's meeting, we request that you please complete a speaker's card and hand it to the clerk. When speaking, please state your name for the record. If you wish to receive City Council agendas, please sign up on the city's website.
Thank you. Next, we'll have the approval of the agenda order. Are there any objections to the agenda order? Seeing none, so approved. Next item, please.
Presentations. Volunteer recognition for the Grab and Go distribution program at the Adult Recreation Center. Community Services Director Perez will make the presentation.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. Thank you for allowing us to make this presentation tonight. Tonight, we're recognizing volunteers who assisted with our Grab and Go meal distribution for older adults. This program began during the pandemic, where the city, through our senior meal provider, YWCA, offered frozen meals to the older adults in our community. We would supply about 150 seven-day frozen meal packages to our older adults. Even after our meal program moved back to an in-person service, the Grab and Go meal distribution still continued on Tuesdays. Tonight, we want to thank and recognize the staff and volunteers from Arroyo Developmental Services, who each Tuesday morning would come in with a huge smile on their faces, greeting all of our staff and preparing themselves for the fast-paced environment to ensure that we had a smooth meal pickup. Now, I'd like to introduce Yolanda Rivas, who will say a few words on behalf of their team.
Good evening. My name is Yolanda Rivas, and I work for Arroyo Developmental Services. I am a job coach. We work with very unique adults. As you can see, they're all sitting here. They are exceptional workers, and we're very proud of the work they did. We thank you guys so much for putting your trust in us and allowing us the opportunity to work in your program. Thank you so much.
Thank you, and we do appreciate all the volunteers and all the help. We really, it does the city a great service, so we congratulate everybody and thank you for your service.
Thank you.
So if we could have the mayor and council come down, and we'll present certificates to each of the volunteers and to the staff, and then we'll take a group photo.
Thank you. Council, please join.
So I'll introduce the volunteers. I apologize for any butchering of names. Volunteers are Gilberto Gracia. You can go ahead. There you go. Stay up and we'll take a group photo at the end. Jonathan Sonko.
Yeah.
it down a little bit. There you go. Right here, you're looking right.
Oh, would you mind getting on this side, please? Yeah, thank you. Yeah.
Allison Tersawa. Is it G.I. Zhao? Big smile right here. Clicking right here. Michelle Manning. Looking right here. And Nicole Kim.
Perfect. If we can do one group photo, everyone kind of tied with the flags in the backgrounds. Yeah, perfect.
And then we have certificates for the staff as well. So Yolanda and Claudia, we have certificates for you as well.
As tight as possible. Everyone.
Can you get them all?
Could I get you two to get in the middle, please? A little lower? And that'd be perfect. 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 Perfect.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next item, please.
Update on the Valley Fire. Fire Chief Wallace will make the presentation.
Cool, thank you. Good evening, Mayor Harrington, Vice Mayor Wu, members of the City Council. It's Steve Wallace, Fire Chief for the City of San Gabriel. And since this is the first time we've seen each other since Sunday, June 11th, I'd like to give you an update on an incident that took place, as we all know, the Valley Fire at 300 East Valley Boulevard. So at about 3:28 in the morning, after Verdugo had received multiple phone calls of a fire somewhere in the south end of San Gabriel, calls from as far away as Montebello, resources were dispatched to the area of Valley Boulevard and Euclid Avenue. At 3:28 a.m., Engine 51, Engine 52, RE 51 and Battalion 5 from San Gabriel, from Alhambra, Engine 72, Truck 71, Rescue Ambulance 71 and Battalion 7 were dispatched. The county sent us, pursuant to an auto aid agreement, Engine 42 and Battalion 10. I was paged out by Verdugo and stumbled out of bed and went en route. And as you will hear here in just a second, as the door went up in Station 51.
All units on Red 2, we do have a header and flame visible from Engine 51.
All units be advised, flames and a header showing from Station 51.
So at that point, they knew this was going to be a big deal as we pulled out of the station and saw fire from over the tops of the buildings at Del Mar and Wells. Just about a minute and a half, minute 45 seconds later, the first engine, Engine 51, pulled up on scene and found a fully involved 4-story building under construction. Newton Ong was our battalion chief and shift commander on that night. He immediately established what was called the Valley Incident, so he was the Valley IC. And given the conditions he saw, he made an immediate request for a second alarm, which adds more resources. It rapidly progressed through a third and fourth alarm to the point where we had about 90 firefighters and 32 rigs on scene. And because of the volume of fire and the nature of the construction making it dangerous to enter the building, we operated in a defensive mode. While all this was going on, our partners at the police department started evacuating structures around the affected fire building. So 230 East Valley to the west, 1620 South Palm to the south, and then 1621 through 1627 South Euclid, which is a condo complex, were all already smoking. The roofs were smoking, the windows were cracking, the shades were melting. So we needed to get everybody out of those buildings. With that going on, our priority became structure defense. So we went into a very, very aggressive structure defense mode and started pouring water on the backside of this and pouring water onto those structures. At that point as well, they noticed the front of the Hilton Hotel or the Sheraton Hotel was smoking as well. And that was going to be a big problem because we have a hotel that's nearly at capacity, and now we have a fire in a building like that and evacuation. That really, really compounds this situation. So they protected the Sheraton Hotel. And I'm happy to say every one of those structures was saved and no injuries or no serious damage to those structures. As this progressed, Monterey Park's Battalion Chief Ryan Weddle showed up on scene, was able to drive a 360 of this and have a good idea of what was really going on. He met up with Chief Ong, and they decided that Ong, since he was already headed into the tactics on this, would take the operations side and run the tactical side of this incident. Well, Weddle took the overall big incident command view and ordered resources and gave the operations side whatever they needed. As I found out on Sunday mornings at 3:30, the freeways are pretty wide open, so you can make it in pretty quick from home. My car has a shimmy at a certain speed, which I won't mention, but I felt that, so I slowed down a little bit. Probably scared a few people that were coming home from the club with my red lights coming on down the freeway at that hour of the morning, but made it there by about 4 a.m. Concurrently, we had called the PIOs as well to get them out there because we knew this would have some significant interest. So this is the fire about a half hour into it, looking at it from the, this is the Euclid Avenue side, so you're looking west. There's our PD partners getting ready to go, get the evacuation moving. So on this incident, we had a total of 9 fire departments to respond. There isn't a fire department in the San Gabriel Valley that could handle something like this on their own, so we're very, very fortunate to have amazing automatic aid agreements. One phone call started this all. One request on the radio got us what we needed. So in all, we had 90 firefighters, 32 pieces of apparatus that break down, as you see it, 12 fire engines. Every one of those engines was pumping at one point. We were laying in thousands and thousands of feet of supply line to hit hydrants all over the neighborhoods to keep water supplies going. There were 6 ladder trucks that all had their aerials up and extended with what's called a ladder pipe or a master stream operating on the top of those, and those are floating about 1,200 gallons of water a minute each. Because of the collapse hazard, we ordered an urban search and rescue vehicle. With the assignment came 4 rescue ambulances, so we had any medical needs covered, and we had additional personnel on scene to work. We had an air and light unit that helps with refilling our air bottles and lighting up the scene, and a total of 8 chief officers, including myself, responded and managed this incident. This is a picture about an hour into the incident looking north on Palm. You can see the Sheraton up there. And if you look up in the very, very top corner, you can still kind of see that we had water flowing onto the Sheraton Hotel. You'll see a little bit of a big master stream up there flowing onto that hotel, keeping it cool, preventing that from becoming part of this problem. Well, en route, we made a lot of notifications. This involves a lot of folks. So the city manager, police chief, PIO, public works, building department, community development. Went as far as notifying our Area C Disaster Management Coordinator, Soraya, who I believe you may remember, she came and did a presentation on your role in emergencies, and considered opening the EOC on this one. Had we started losing other buildings, had we got the Sheraton Hotel involved, we probably would have done that and reached out to the city manager to start thinking about a disaster proclamation. Thankfully, we didn't have to do that. The Area C Operations Coordinator, who is the Pasadena Fire Chief, Chad Augustin, because this was growing into a big event, made notifications to the region in anticipation of big resource requests coming into our city. We talk about how we go out on the wildfires and we provide assistance to other cities on their major incidents. Well, this was time for payback for us. So we had just about anything we needed available to us at the county level. All the utilities were notified, the water companies were on scene, and we were making requests for more volume and more pressure. They did their best to accommodate that. And last but certainly not least, we had the Red Cross respond to assist with our displaced residents and also to support the firefighters with some snacks and some hydration during this long, long incident. There's our PIO, Clara, out there. She was out bright and early and stayed for a good part of the morning. There's a view from above the Sheraton. This was a drone provided to us by Pasadena's volunteer fire photographer, kid that got licensed to fly drones, and he comes out to all these incidents and takes pictures. So he put this drone up and was able to bring it to the command post for us, and we could watch video in real time and see over the top of this incident, which was incredibly helpful. That would be up over Palm Avenue, looking towards Euclid. That's Euclid, looking back west on Valley Boulevard. In the lower right corner, you can see our command post is set up down there. And we actually have some video of this. So you can see we have the 6 aerial streams running on the all the ladder trucks, plus every engine was pumping and they had their deck guns running, and we had numerous hand lines with firefighters on the ground pouring water into this thing. If you've ever wondered what it looks like from the top when you're up on the ladder, you're the firefighter up on the ladder, here's your bird's eye view. That's 80 feet in the air at a 70-degree angle. So you're a ways up. It's the best view in the house. So some of the statistics from this incident. We estimate that we were flowing at the peak between 16 and 18,000 gallons of water per minute for almost 3 hours. That's a total water use by the time we left on Tuesday morning of about 2.8 million gallons. We declared the fire knocked down or under control about 6 a.m. on that Sunday. As I said before, through the diligent efforts of our firefighters and great management of this thing, it was contained to the building of origin. And although that sustained considerable, nearly total destruction, every building around it escaped serious damage, and we were able to repopulate everybody back into their houses by noon that day. We did maintain a rotation of engines and personnel on scene till Tuesday morning. There was still quite a bit of smoldering debris and hot spots we were finding as we went through the debris. As you can imagine, when 4 floors of building material collapse onto each other, not all the fire is exposed at once. So as we started going through the piles, it took a considerable amount of resources to keep this thing out. And really, the great thing when you overlook this thing is that nobody got hurt. Nobody got hurt, nobody got killed. The potential to do this with the multiple structural collapses we had, with the proximity of the buildings around us, this went as well as it possibly could have gone. I think the only loss we had in the fire department was 100 feet of hose. It got buried under a collapse, and that's nothing. That is a shot from Euclid Avenue looking northwest. That's County Engine 42, putting 1,200 gallons a minute off their engine into the backside of that structure, and that's helping keep the temperatures cool enough that the building next to it doesn't burst into flames. So now, following the fire, we immediately move into a cause and origin investigation. Chief Ekman from our staff is the lead arson investigator on this. I called them as I was en route and got them out, so they were on scene probably within the first hour, collecting evidence, starting to interview witnesses and watching fire behavior. We put a call out to the Verdugo Arson Task Force, which brought 12 more investigators from area departments, as well as the ATF and the FBI who were interested in this. It is an ongoing investigation, and I can't publicly talk about much of what's going on, but I will say they've made some significant progress in this. And when we can and it's appropriate and it won't affect the case, we will certainly provide very transparent updates to both council and to the public. There's our command post at the height of the incident. This was really truly a citywide operation. The collaboration and cooperation from departments can't be stated enough on this. Within the first hour, Joe Chen was on scene, and he's basically been on that scene ever since. He's moved into Valley Boulevard. Public Works was spectacular. When we have a scene like this where all the apparatus are pumping at maximum capacity for hours on end, fuel becomes an issue. They were able to, through, I believe it was even down to 5-gallon containers of fuel, bring fuel out and keep all our rigs running so we could continue our operations. They also started assisting with traffic control and diversion and setting up barricades. And they had a considerable challenge with all the debris in the runoff. If you can imagine 2.8 million gallons of water running down the streets, this stuff went for blocks and blocks and blocks. So they had a lot of cleanup and a lot of containment to do with that. And then, of course, our PIO was out there, got press statements ready to go, handled the majority of the press interviews. It made so I only had to stand up for one TV station, which I was happy to do, and put a lot of real-time messaging out, and then was pushing messaging out as the recovery started. So now with any disaster, you move into a recovery phase. This building was released back to the ownership on Monday morning. We were actually prepared to do that on Sunday night from the investigative side, but a few things had to be put in place. It was still burning to some point, so the owners got their building back on Monday morning. We have a group of stakeholders, including the ownership, the public works, the community development folks, and fire. And we met that morning and came up with a strategy and priorities to get both the site cleaned up and get the city back on track. You know, there's a considerable amount of commerce that was impacted with Valley Boulevard being closed for a week. Public safety, restoration of traffic flow and access to businesses were the guiding principles in getting the recovery plan together. Other aspects of that also included controlling the site and keeping looky-loos and looters out, debris removal, and as you can imagine, the air quality down there was pretty bad for a few days as the fire smoldered, construction materials burned, and we had water runoff. So another part of the plan was the daily meetings and updates to all the stakeholders. We're happy to report that as of yesterday afternoon, Valley Boulevard was fully open in both directions. The south sidewalk in front of the building between Euclid and Palm remains closed. There's still some unstable material in the ruins that could impact the sidewalk. I believe today structural evaluations began with engineers x-raying and coring the concrete podium to determine the status of that and if that can be salvaged. The insurance adjusters did a drone inspection of the site, and there's adjusters that'll come out and review the entire site tomorrow. And removal of debris, which are still stacked on the podium, is to begin this week, and it could take up to 2 weeks to get that off of there. Once that's completed, once we know that the podium is structurally sound, we will open all the sidewalks and we'll be able to reopen Palm Avenue and Euclid Avenue as well. I have to give credit to, again, Jamie Nicholson, the fire photographer from Pasadena, who came out on his own this night, put all his own equipment out, put this thing up, and gave us some spectacular documentation of this incident. Also stuff that'll help us further down the line as we investigate, and depending on what we find there, perhaps prosecute a case. With that, that's the end of my update. I'm here to answer any questions, and I know Director DeVink and Cervantes are here as well if you have any questions about the recovery.
Thank you, Chief. We appreciate the update. It looks like we did an excellent job getting as much control as we could, and obviously it was a very coordinated effort with a lot of moving parts. So I do applaud staff and all the firefighters, police, and everyone that's involved, both in the suppression of the fire and the cleanup. I mean, you guys are doing an excellent job getting everything open, you know, keeping us informed, keeping the public informed. So I really applaud your efforts and everyone else involved. So just everyone that's not here, please thank them for us.
I absolutely will. I couldn't be more proud of what this entire city's done in this situation.
And with that, does council have specific questions, or Councilmember Menchaca?
Hello, Chief. Yes, it was pretty spectacular. I mean, the photos really kind of lend the reality of the situation. Without the photos, I don't think none of us could really see, you know, the intensity that was involved. So I wanted to ask you, you know, what kind of outreach, and maybe it's more for Aldo, what kind of outreach is being done to our developers and business owners? Because I know I was getting information, you know, from them, very concerned about, you know, I know that the investigation still has to take place, But, you know, I remember when we had the fire for the Mission, you know, I had somebody from the community right away blame, you know, George Floyd movement, you know.
Sure.
Clearly, they had no knowledge of what the George Floyd movement was about, but they blamed right away, you know, that was the reason, and obviously we found out it was completely different. But now with this fire, there is a concern that could it be, you know, Asian hate in some way involved because the developers are Chinese. But I think just in general, you know, there is a fear that is this going to happen again? And so, you know, what are we doing as a city to do that outreach to make sure that our business owners, our developers understand, you know, public safety is a priority? You know, are we doing something to work with our community?
Sure, that's a pretty timely and poignant question, given the climate today. And we've had people call on the fire station and come into our door with as many theories as you could imagine as we
Yes.
have, you know, firefighters that
Remember,
run
yeah,
the scene.
Mission.
Yeah, so they're there, that stuff is out there. What I can say about the investigation is at this point, nothing has indicated that there was any sort of hate crime or malfeasance it's going that direction towards it. You know, I can't rule out what this was or wasn't, but much like the Mission fire, when we were hearing the next day what groups are responsible and why it happened, we have not determined that there's anything that's leading in that direction at this point. We've kept on our social media sites information about openings of streets and what can be accessed and what can't. And I would leave it to Director Cervantes, I think, to talk about more of what outreach is being done to the businesses. I will say that, you know, we have 17 of these projects in town right now, and it's been a concern of the fire department. You look at the various stages of this, and this building was in a very, very vulnerable stage where fire alarm systems weren't installed yet, sprinkler systems, the piping was in, but there were no sprinklers, you know. It's in a very, very vulnerable stage. And we look at this, you know, we maintain vigilance when we see these things. We walk through the sites, we inspect them so we can look for hazards, and if, God forbid, something like this happens, we know what we're dealing with. And that's part of why we were able to get a handle on this so quick. We had a pretty good pre-plan in place, and you know, all the command staff knew exactly what we were going to do when we got one of these. So as far as that goes, the community should feel comfortable that we're well protected. As far as prevention and outreach, I'm going to let Director Cervantes speak to that.
Thank you, Chief. Yeah, because we do have quite a few projects, 19 or maybe less now.
Yeah, so with respect to ongoing communication, since Monday, Joe Chen, our building official, has been on site as what was mentioned by the chief, essentially setting himself up as an informational kiosk at the site, allowing the public to not only go to him, but also him proactively going out to the businesses and sharing updates with respect to the incident. I myself was out there as well, sort of teaming up with Joe and sort of walking the site, making sure everyone was well informed about the incident. As of Monday as well, I began calling the developers, for example, Pacific Square, Ken Lee, the project manager for the one, contacting them just to keep them informed about the incident, and just to give them as much information I can without divulging into the investigation. But that's an ongoing process that we're taking on. We'll continue to make those conversations or those levels of communication. We'll utilize our PIO and our communications team to have information free-flowing out to the community. But with respect to the projects that are in play now, sort of just reaching out and letting them know to keep their sites safe and secure, possibly even fire watches are in order. But again, just divulging some of the information that we know so far.
And with these projects, do any of them use the system? And I see Captain Brock, maybe he can answer. But actually today, during one of the radio shows I listened to, KFI, they mentioned San Gabriel as having the fuchsia, I think it's called, the camera system. And I know that, I believe it's still a pilot program, and maybe you can speak more to it. And I believe it's just for existing businesses, not for projects. And, you know, is there something similar like that? So the existing projects could feel comfortable that at least there's some cameras that could catch some activity, criminal activity.
Yes, I think that's a great idea. I don't believe FUSIS is available for buildings in those various stages, like we had the podium and then structures, the framing at that point. There would have to be internet service. So I don't think FUSIS is available for that at this point for that building. The existing businesses, which are up and running, use their internet, and then those services allow you to tap in with their cooperation, and then we can see real-time activity opposed to dormant hours on the clock. We don't have, that building won't have Wi-Fi. Now, I guess it would be an opportunity for another business if that service were available, and then the contractors or the new owners would tap into something like that.
So it's up to the developer to have some kind of security system, whether it's in person or cameras, for all these other projects? Because I'm assuming everyone is concerned, and I've talked to some of them, so I know. And so it's up to them, but they work with you. I would assume they would work with our police department to let you know that they do have some kind of security system.
That is correct. At several of the conventions and things that we do around, whether it be on the internet or one of the Zoom outlets, all of the discussion talk about technology. How fast can you bring technology in? But the ideas are fantastic, but there's not a market. There's no appetite for it until someone suffers a grave loss, and then they want to speak after the fact to something that may be available. These events are rare, but there is legitimate concern that it could happen again, especially once we see it happens once. And at this point, the collaboration between the new owner and the person providing that service, we haven't quite made that connection yet. Looking at the evidence of what Pasadena done for us in support with the drones and that real-time footage, you would think something like that would be a wise purchase, to have periodically a real-time check of a drone to fly over. Boots on the ground can't see what your camera can see in the air and just do a pass over. But those services cost money, and again, that would have to involve the owner, the new owner, and then the service provider.
Okay. Thank you, Captain.
You are welcome.
Thank you. Any further questions from council?
No questions, but just thank you to all the staff and the chief. You guys did a great job. I mean, this is never a good thing when these kind of emergencies happen, but appreciate all your hard work.
Yeah, thank you. I'll pass that on to everybody that's been down there doing it.
Thank you, Chief. Oh.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, it's the same. It's thanks to our the fire department that take the leadership, and like for me, it looks like your presentations. It looks like our city have the teamwork to help this incident. The question is like Councilmember Menchaca mentioned. So this kind of incident. So we, after investigations, how can we prevent for the future? People, they say though it's because the time they just warframe on that. So that's why the fire, it's easy to burn the whole building. After they stuck on that, probably help to prevent this kind of bigger fire. So for during this period, so how can we find some best way to prevent these kind of things happen for the future?
You're absolutely right in your assessment that if this wasn't in a wood frame, framed in stage, it would have been a lot less vulnerable. If the drywall would have been in place, even, you know, the drywall's fire rated, so that's going to slow it down. Yeah, it's something we'll probably take a pretty good look at in our prevention bureau after this and see what they did have in place prior. I know up to the point of maybe the week that this happened, they had 24-hour security on the site. But we'll take a good look in prevention and see if there's something we can improve on in the requirements that we ask these builders to do, so that when these buildings are in this sort of vulnerable stage, maybe we have some more intelligence, or there's, you know, more proactive measures that can be taken by the builder to protect their properties.
Thank you. Another thing is you mentioned that have the internet too, but I know that on the construction field it's hard to get the internet right now. But for the future, we have the infrastructure for the condo, for the fiber optical. Probably maybe we can think of for the future. How can we, like a city, also offer them, provide this kind of free internet access, so they developer can put on their camera to 24 hours to watch, you know.
Sure, as infrastructure is upgraded and investments in that are made, it certainly opens up lots of possibilities of technologies we might not even know about, but that certainly helps.
Okay, all right, thank you. Yeah.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, one more comment. Sorry. Thank you all also Mr. Chief, for the great presentation and the visuals. It helps the community understand what happened, what it looked like, and just to help visualize. It's very helpful. Thank you.
We like to, that's part of the reason I wanted to put that in tonight, is that it's hard to really imagine unless you were there what you saw. And with this amazing documentation we have of it, we can't not share it. So thank you. Going once?
Thank you, Chief. Next item, please.
Public comment. This is the time set aside for members of the public to address the City Council on items of interest that are not on the agenda but are within the subject matter jurisdiction of the San Gabriel City Council. If you wish to address the council, please fill out a speaker's card and hand it to the clerk. Our first comment this evening comes from resident Jorge Herrera Avila and reads as follows. Dear San Gabriel City Council, I hope this message finds you well. I am writing to address a matter discussed during the previous City Council meeting held on June 6, 2023, regarding membership in the San Gabriel Chamber of Commerce. I respectfully urge the Council to revisit this topic, taking into consideration recent developments that have transpired within the Chamber. Over the past few weeks, a significant number of board members have resigned from their positions, indicating a challenging time for the Chamber. Recognizing their current predicament, I believe it is crucial for our city to extend support to the Chamber now more than ever. However, I would like to express my concern about providing them with a blank check without ensuring accountability and transparency to our residents and taxpayers. In our shared efforts to foster a prosperous business community within San Gabriel, I propose that the city collaborates with the Chamber to assist them in regaining stability. A strong and thriving Chamber contributes to the overall strength of our local businesses and our city as a whole. While I am in favor of the city supporting the Chamber, I believe it is essential to establish guidelines for the allocation of the $23,000 in taxpayers' funds that have been agreed upon. We should consider directing these funds towards specific initiatives, such as organizing events, conducting outreach to businesses, or other mutually agreed upon endeavors. Therefore, I respectfully request the Council to reconsider this matter and devise a well-thought-out plan that ensures responsible and transparent utilization of the allocated funds. By doing so, we can effectively support the Chamber's recovery while maintaining accountability to our constituents. Thank you for your attention to this matter. I kindly ask for the city to address this topic accordingly and seek appropriate planning to ensure the best possible outcome for our community. Our first speaker this evening is Wesley Rudiman.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Wes Rudiman, speaking to you this evening on behalf of Active San Gabriel Valley, local nonprofit organization I co-founded a decade ago. We've had the pleasure of working with the city over the past 10 plus years on a variety of efforts to make local streets safer, including the recent Safe Routes to School plan. And I'm here this evening to share two time-sensitive opportunities for the city to advance implementation of these plans and associated programs. The first is, after a 6-year delay, Metro has finally released a Cycle 3 of its Express Lanes Net Toll Revenue Return Program. By law, Metro is required to reinvest the revenue from the toll lanes along the I-10 and I-110 within a 3-mile radius of the toll lanes. That includes almost the entire city of San Gabriel. At least 40% of those funds must be used for active transportation programs. The application materials are already live, and the first grant workshop was this afternoon. Applications are already due on August 6th. So we certainly encourage the city to take advantage of this opportunity to implement at least a piece of the Safe Routes to School plan, and would be happy to support in this endeavor with a letter. The second opportunity, every 2 years, Metro requests proposals from cities during a 2 to 3 month window for its Open Streets program. This window is expected to open in July and close again in September. We've had the pleasure of working with the city in 2019 and 2022 to produce the Mission to Mission Open Streets event. We are once again working with the SGV COG to identify multi-jurisdictional events, and the COG is once again offered to serve as the lead agency for submitting applications to reduce the amount of staff time associated with participating in the program. Based on positive feedback from the public and participating cities, we would like to propose a third mission-to-mission event in 2024, potentially in Earth Month on Sunday, April 29th. If the City of San Gabriel is interested in participating in the Open Streets program again, the next step would be to provide the SGV COG with a letter of support, which could be from the city manager or mayor, ideally by the end of August, to provide sufficient time for proposal development and refinement. Thank you for considering my comments, and wish you a good evening.
Our next speaker is Jamie Wong.
All right, good evening, Mayor Harrington and council members. My name is Jamie Wong, and I'm a resident of San Gabriel. Professionally, I'm a dietitian with a master's in public health, but personally and more importantly, I'm a mom to 2 boys who attend Jefferson Middle School. I am standing here tonight to bring awareness to an appeal that we filed yesterday. Last week, the Planning Commission approved a conditional use permit and a variance for the installation of a 49-foot cell tower within our residential neighborhood. Plain and simple, many residents do not want this cell tower installed. In fact, over 300 residents have signed our petition. Inadequate noticing is the main factor in our appeal. Residents receive the public notice less than 6 days before the hearing. Even invitations to my kids' birthday parties get more advance notice. The wording on the notice gave no clear indication in layman's terms that a final vote would be taking place. As a result, many residents assumed that this notice was simply the first step to the discussion. The permit application for the cell tower was submitted 4 months ago, and yet local residents had less than 6 days to respond. Given the nature of this project and the potential radiation exposure the cell tower generates, there should have been earlier community involvement to allow us to voice our concerns. The lack of access to the meeting is another point of our appeal. Due to short notice, many households were not able to appear in person. Many of us attempted to use the virtual link, but it did not work, so we were not able to gain access. Ultimately, the meeting was not live streamed and it was not recorded. In the end, the result was an approval of the permit without allowing residents to be part of the conversation. Technical issues on the city's side severely limited the community's involvement in the discussion. This denied residents to be part of the discussion and interfered with due process. This appeal was filed as a joint effort between friends, neighbors, and residents. We have varying reasons to oppose the cell tower. To point out a few, this tower is 175% taller than the allowed maximum in the residential zone. It also generates RF radiation, which exposes residents to limit levels that have not been updated since 1996. That was almost 30 years ago. These are just a few of the local concerns that local residents did not get a chance to discuss and query. The purpose of tonight is just to bring our cause to your attention. However, when the time comes, we urge you to approve our appeal and reverse the approval of the permit and variance. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Lynn Snowden.
Good evening, Mayor Harrington and members of the council. I'm Lynn Snowden, and I'm here as a 32-year resident of North San Gabriel, retired teacher and concerned citizen, especially for our children. I strongly oppose the location of a cell tower in the parking lot of the Church of Our Savior and request that you consider and support the appeal that has been filed. The installation of a cell tower adjacent to a child's garden school poses significant potential health dangers to children. While some argue that radiation emitted from a cell tower is not a health hazard, data from many studies indicates the opposite. A study done in 2012 by the American Academy of Pediatrics states that concern is increased about exposure to radio frequency electromagnetic radiation emitted from cell phone station antenna. And these concerns were confirmed that living near cell phone base stations increases the development of headaches, memory problems, dizziness, depression, and sleep problems. Children are more vulnerable to radio frequency radiation just as they are to other environmental exposures. Even low exposures to children can have a serious impact to their nervous and immune systems. Children absorb higher levels of radio frequency deeper into their brains and bodies because they have thinner skulls and a higher water content in brain tissue, which is more conductive to electricity. According to a peer review done in 2020, there's a large and growing body of concern about human exposure to RFR from cellular phone base stations, which causes negative health effects. Therefore, the authors of this study recommended restricting antennas near homes, schools, and hospitals. A review published in the International Journal of Occupational and Environmental Health found people living less than 500 meters from the station antennas had increased adverse neurobehavioral symptoms and cancer in 8 of 10 epidemiological studies. The New Hampshire State Commission in 2020's report on 5G health and environment recommends a setback of 1,640 feet for new wireless antennas for residences, businesses, and schools. In Palo Alto, California, the Unified School District supported a 1,500-foot setback and opposes cell towers on or in close proximity of schools. And in Ripon, California, Sprint was forced to remove a cell tower at an elementary school site after students and staff developed cancer, according to Rodriguez's study in 2021. As Jamie said, the FCC's exposure limits adopted in 1996 are irrelevant to modern-day technologies. When safety thresholds were developed decades ago, the science investigating these radio frequencies' impact on children didn't even exist. So as a community, we need to advocate for our children, and I urge you to please consider the previous vote and rescind our approval for the cell tower in our neighborhood. Thank you very much.
Our next speaker is Valerie Munoz.
Hi, good evening, Honorable Mayor and City Council. My name is Valerie Munoz, Mayor Pro Tem for the City of La Puente. I did leave some packets for you regarding the Water Quality Authority, and today I just wanted to come and say hello as your representative on the San Gabriel Basin Water Quality Authority, representing cities with non-pumping rights. We were established as an agency back in 1992, and the whole goal is to facilitate water cleanup in the San Gabriel Basin. We have around 169 square miles of estimated water storage that would store around 8.6 million acres of drinking water for our local residents as well, and serve approximately 1.4 million people in the San Gabriel Valley. The goal of the Water Quality Authority is to hold responsible parties identified by the EPA for the cleanup efforts and to ensure that we don't ask our ratepayers to pay for this cleanup here in the basin. As of today's date, we have secured $126 million in federal funding, $60 million in state funding, and $700 million from responsible parties. This last year alone, we've had federal appropriations of $10 million associated to our cleanup efforts from the federal government, Prop 1 grants of 2.3, and Prop 68 of $35 million just most recently. So we do not sell water. We're not in the water industry. The whole goal is just to clean up the basin and do the work for the people. I come just to kind of give updates. The packet I provided is just an overview of a brief slideshow that we can present at a future council meeting if it is to the discretion of the city mayor or the council, that I would bring my executive director. It's around 8 to 10 minutes, and we would provide a full update for the city council. I will reach out to your city clerk to see if that's something we can schedule in the very near future and ask any questions and provide any details, especially that pertains to the San Gabriel Valley. If there's any questions, you have my business cards with my direct cell phone number. I'm always available, and if you're interested in even touring one of our cleanup sites, we also do offer that for any elected officials or any city staff members to kind of give you an overview. We tend to forget about water. It's one of the most important resources that we need to survive. So it's really great to kind of see what we have in the San Gabriel Valley. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Cheryl Cabot.
Mayor and council members, Cheryl Cabot, member, 23-year resident of San Gabriel. I don't know how many of you happened to see the article at the coloradoboulevard.net regarding 2 weeks ago, the meeting here. I'll briefly read the article. I won't read it in its entirety. At June 6, 2023, San Gabriel City Council meeting, it appears that the Brown Act was violated. An item not on the agenda was introduced and after public comment was closed and subsequently voted on by the City Council. As stated in the California Brown Act, Section 3, what notice must be given to a public meeting, Government Code 54954.2. 1A, at least 72 hours before a regular meeting, the legislative body of the local agency or all its designee shall post an agenda containing a brief general description of each item of business to be transacted or discussed at the meeting, including items to be discussed in closed session. B1, agenda descriptions must not be misleading. According to the California Attorney General's Guide to the Brown Act, the purpose of the brief general description is to inform the interested members of the public about the subject matter under consideration so that they can determine whether to monitor or participate in the meeting of the body. That's from the Brown Act, Open Meetings for Local Legislative Bodies, Office of the Attorney General. The item in question is the vote to give the San Gabriel Chamber of Commerce $23,000 with no contract or accountability for the monies. This item was not listed on the agenda for the June 6th meeting, nor was it brought to a vote until the end of the meeting when the time for public comment has passed. Government Code 54954.3 states, time must be provided for comment by the public. The closest membership in price for the chamber to this one is $490 for a one-year membership on business. There seems to be no difference between the member resources for the $490 membership and the $23,000 membership when they offered our city a presidential circle membership. This is not a membership, it's a winning lottery ticket. So why was it this special membership request for $23,000 not on the San Gabriel City Council agenda and available for public comment? Therein lies the possible Brown Act violation. This investigation is continuing on this matter. This was just a shot across the bow. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, I have no more speaker cards.
Thank you. Is there anyone in the audience who would like to address council? Seeing none, I'll close public comment. Next item, please.
Consent calendar. All items listed under the consent calendar are considered routine, and recommendations will be approved in one motion unless a member of the City Council or public requests separate discussion. We have not received a request from the public to pull an item.
Thank you. Are there any council members who'd like to pull an item? Seeing none, we'll go to the board for a vote.
I'll move to approve.
Assuming you're moving. Oh, I'm sorry, public comment on the consent. Is there anybody that'd like to pull an item that's hasn't given an item yet? Seeing none.
I'll move to approve again.
I second.
Thank you. So we have a motion by Councilmember Menchaca, a second by Councilmember Ding. Let's vote, please.
Motion passes by a vote of 5-0.
Thank you. Next item, please.
Public hearing. Ordinance numbers 689 and 690, amending Chapter 153 of the San Gabriel Municipal Code relating to inclusionary housing and density bonus, ZTA 23-001, introduction and first reading.
Thank you. So I'm going to right now open up and continue the public hearing from the City Council regular meeting of May 16th, 2023. Planning Manager Samantha Tuasar will make the staff presentation.
Yes, thank you, Mayor and members of the City Council. Again, the item before you this evening is a zone text amendment to introduce inclusionary housing and to amend the city's existing density bonus ordinance. To provide the council with some dates, because this project and housing programs overall has taken place more actively within the past 2.5 years. And with the assistance of Lisa Wise Consulting LWC, Staff with LWC has been continuously working on housing programs, primarily in response to existing and new housing legislation from the state. Most notable of the projects was the completion of the city's housing element update, and this was between 2021 and 2022. The updated housing element was adopted by the City Council and certified by the Department of Housing and Community Development, HCD, in February of 2022. The city was fortunate to have received SB2 and LEAP grant funding from the state to help fund the work on the housing element update, as well as the work that will be discussed this evening. And with a certified housing element, the city was able to proceed with implementation, including the preparation of the recommendation memorandum and feasibility study that was first presented to the City Council in September of 2022. Following that meeting in March of this year, staff, along with LWC, also held a joint study session with the City Council and Planning Commission. And then on April 10th, the 2 draft ordinances presented to attach this evening was presented to the Planning Commission for consideration, and the Commission agreed to recommend to the City Council to adopt the proposed ordinance with a 4-0 vote, with 1 absent. So overall, the updated general plan housing element contains 5 goals. First being to facilitate development of housing, to provide for a range of housing types. Second, to promote and to encourage affordable housing opportunities. Third, to remove government constraints that may discourage housing developments. Fourth, being to maintain the existing affordable housing stock. And last, to promote fair housing. So the focus this evening will be on Goal B, which is to evaluate affordable housing opportunities. And within this goal, 7 housing programs have been identified. Some of the programs are short-term programs, such as the development of informational flyers to connect the community to available resources and agencies that administer housing assistance programs, such as the Los Angeles County Development Authority, or LACDA. And other programs are long-range programs that require code amendments, such as the 2 ordinances this evening. And so to provide a summary of the feasibility study, this is information that has been presented to the Council and Planning Commission at the joint study session and also in September. And so the feasibility memorandum began with an analysis of the city's existing zoning and housing opportunity sites to see where housing will most likely be pursued by developers and the development standards within those areas. Sites within the Valley Boulevard specific plan best represented potential future development or development within the city, and prototypes were designed to fit the standards of the mixed-use corridor MUC zone within the Valley Boulevard specific plan. Unfortunately, one of the projects within this area was the one covered by the chief earlier. Data was then gathered on home sales prices and rents, project and construction costs, land costs, and other aspects of development. This information was presented again in September, and at the meeting, the council considered that information and requested that additional analysis be provided, including to provide information on low-income considerations in the MUC zone and to analyze affordable housing within the multifamily zone, which is the R3 zone. The expanded analysis also provided information on current market conditions and trends in neighboring cities that have adopted inclusionary requirements, and this was to help provide an understanding of how local market factors may impact the feasibility of inclusionary housing. So again, inclusionary housing, it requires developers to provide affordable units or to pay in lieu fees. It's adopted locally at the city level, and it will be mandatory of developers. Density bonus, which is the second ordinance this evening, grants developers increased densities for providing affordable units. It also allows developers to make requests for incentives and concessions associated with the development of the project. Density bonus is allowed by state law, and can also be adopted at a local level. And again, density bonus is voluntary. It's not required of developers. So the market factors that were discussed earlier, generally, to establish the inclusionary rate increases the number of affordable, the formula, the number of affordable units will increase. The percentage of inclusionary housing as it increases, the number of affordable units will also increase, but potentially increase to a point where development may not be cost effective for a development. The housing markets, they do vary amongst the cities, and communities with stronger performing markets can support higher inclusionary rates. And since development costs are likely similar amongst cities, while local home prices and rents may vary, inclusionary rates that are feasible may also vary amongst cities. Also, increases in home prices can be outpaced by rising construction costs. And as indicated in the feasibility study between 2021 and 2022, there was an approximate 19% increase in construction costs. Also, local development standards can impact financial feasibilities. Higher densities allowed for more units and increases the feasibility of projects. And San Gabriel's MUC and R3 zones have lower densities than neighboring cities. So this is a snapshot of the feasibility results summary. It shows for sale low and moderate units that are feasible in the MUC and R3 zones at 10% and 9% respectively. And also the feasibility study provides policy options for considerations for sale projects at less than 10%, at 10%, and also at greater than 10%. And again, policy options for rental, the recommendation is it will have an impact on residential development. So the recommendation memorandum that was presented at the joint study session recommends a for sale percentage inclusionary requirement at 10% with the split 5% low income, 5% moderate, and no inclusionary requirement. And then also there's the recommendation to update the density bonus ordinance to reflect current state law. The recommendation before the City Council this evening attached as ordinance number 689 is to conduct a public hearing to discuss the two attached ordinances. Motion to waive full reading of ordinance number 689 and 690 by title only. Specifically, ordinance number 689 reads, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of San Gabriel, California, amending Chapter 153 zoning code of the San Gabriel Municipal Code relating to inclusionary housing. And then also ordinance number 690, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of San Gabriel, California, amending Chapter 153 zoning code of the San Gabriel Municipal Code relating to density bonus. And the motion to waive future reading of the ordinance and to schedule a second reading and adoption of the ordinances for the regular City Council meeting. And the ordinances would then become effective 30 days after adoption. It should be mentioned that the recommendation provided by the Planning Commission is for sale units starting at 5 units is at 15% with a 9 and 6% split, low income and moderate income, and for rental units starting at 10 units, it's 10% at a 7%, 3% split, low income and moderate income. Within staff's recommendation, there are also alternative options for the City Council to consider this evening. First being to consider the recommended percentages identified in the recommendation memorandum. Second being to consider a different percentage that's not included in the ordinance. And third is to consider no action at this time and to reevaluate the feasibility at a future date. These are just alternative options. At this time, I will turn the presentation over to David Bergman of LWC. He's going to provide a few more comments on what the implications of the recommended percentages are.
Mayor, Council, pleased to be back here, the City of San Gabriel, and just to give you a quick summary of our initial findings from work that was done back in 2021, with additional questions asked in 2022, and then the comments as they relate to the Planning Commission's recommendations. So if we go to the next slide. So just as a quick summary of the initial recommendations that we provided the city, which is to consider state density bonus, the feasibility results. We did a financial model of two prototypical for sale and rental projects, one in the R3 zone and the other in the mixed-use commercial corridor. We looked at those without using the state density bonus, just looking at the underlying zoning at first, with the idea that developers could access the density bonus in the future. But to have an apples-to-apples comparison, we looked at the underlying zoning. For sale development, which was the recommendation found from doing this feasibility work, to consider an inclusionary requirement for sale development that required no more than 10% of on-site units be affordable, with half between low-income households and half being moderate-income households. At 10% at that threshold, under conventional financing assumptions at that time, projects remained feasible. Above that 10%, projects became increasingly unlikely to be feasible. For rental development, using the same set of market data and analysis, rental projects in both the R3 and the mixed-use commercial district were not feasible under current market conditions, and as a result, a inclusionary requirement on those projects would represent a new constraint for development. It would reduce the ability of the projects to be market feasible. The Planning Commission made recommendations to you. I believe it's included in your packet. They recommended a inclusionary requirement for sale residential developments of 5 units or larger at 15%. And I think it's also worth pointing out, too, that any inclusionary requirement above 15% is required by HCD to go to HCD for a review. A lot of communities have historically used these inclusionary requirements as they've raised them higher and higher as essentially an intentional constraint on development, as a way to sort of put a de facto moratorium by creating too high of a inclusionary requirement. So just to keep in mind, if you go above 15%, it will need to be reviewed by HCD. But the Planning Commission's recommendation was a 15% set aside for 9% to low income and 6% to moderate income. And then again, they also had recommended an inclusionary requirement for residential rental developments at 10% on site, with a split at 7% for low income houses and 3% for moderate income households. So what are the implications of this? Again, as I mentioned, based on the initial market analysis done in 2021, updated in 2022 in June of 2022, so a little bit, just basically a year ago. Any inclusionary requirements over 10% can cause a residential development to become infeasible. And I will say, in the year that's happened, 2 things have occurred that reinforce this, which is that interest rates have gone up considerably, and this modeling all assumes conventional financing, and also we continue to experience increases in capital costs and construction costs. So we have confidence that that 10% requirement will still hold in today's market conditions. If a 15% inclusionary requirement is adopted, then any multi-unit projects in the city of San Gabriel would be eligible for the state density bonus. So this would include a 35% increase in units over base zoning, depending on the mix. It can vary. and zoning concessions and incentives, including height, parking, setbacks, et cetera. So all of your for sale projects meeting that 15% requirement will have the opportunity, will essentially be in a position automatically to access the state density bonus. And the consequences of that are increase in number of units and over the base zoning and concessions and incentives. And again, for the rental market, again, looking back, this is about a year ago that we were last did this, but again, same conditions hold. Projects are getting to be more difficult to finance in a higher interest rate environment and a higher capital cost environment. This suggests that the recommended inclusionary requirement would make infeasible any rental project subject to the IHO, given ordinary financing requirements. So there are always circumstances where there's non-conventional financing, where there's extra market support, maybe an owner is doing an all-cash finance, or there's a property owner who has a very low land basis, and there's all kinds of exotic scenarios. But we really wanted to do an apples-to-apples comparison of a very conventional development. So again, this is the language of the LWC recommendations and the Planning Commission recommendations for your consideration. So the feasibility results from the analysis shows that the prototypes can be feasible without access to the state density bonus, but we would recommend that you bring your municipal code in line with state law. That's something you'll need to do, also as part of your housing element update. The for sale development, to consider an inclusionary requirement for sale residential development that requires no more than 10% of on-site units that are made affordable to low-income and moderate-income households, and to not consider at this time an inclusionary requirement on residential rental. This contrasts with the Planning Commission recommendations, which are in red to your right, which call for a 15% on-site for for sale development and a 10% requirement for rental development. There's one other thing that I'd like to say, which is to keep in mind that although it lives in the zoning code, the inclusionary requirement, it's good to think about them like you think about your fees. It's important to revisit them. You should be always having fee hygiene every 2 years, looking at your fees from a cost recovery standpoint. And it's the same thing with the inclusionary ordinance. Market conditions do change, interest rates change, and you can revisit and adjust these on a 2-year cycle is generally what's recommended. So thank you for your consideration, and I'll turn the floor back to your staff.
Thank you. All right, so next we will have council member have any technical or factual questions for staff to clarify the report. So any clarifying questions, not deliberation or debate, just clarifying. Councilmember or Vice Mayor Wu.
Thank you, Mayor. I have questions regarding the report on page number 4. That according to the page number 4 on staff report, it has tables that shows the market rate and affordable sales price. So let's say 2 bedrooms unit, it shows approximately $720,000 per unit. And affordable sales price for low income will be $385,170 per unit for low income. So compared with these 2 price, I wonder, because this is more than like 50% off from the market price, what about the property tax? Does that mean they will also have a lower property tax because this is affordable housing, or they will charge, the tax will be based on the 1% out of $720,000?
The county will assess the property tax based on 1% of the sales price.
Based on 1% on market sales price?
Of the sales price, of the recorded sales price.
The lower price?
The lower price is
Okay.
the recorded price by the county assessor. Also, any parcel taxes or other impact fees would be added on top of that, any unit.
So that will be based on Los Angeles County or the state?
The state, through the state constitution, limits what the county can charge as property tax.
Okay, so And also, that it shows that if this is affordable units and we have already adopted and got certified as a housing element, is that directly related to inclusionary housing? Because I want to clarify that. We have affordable housing. We have a parcel that will be used for affordable units that is for rent. For example, on Delmar and Main Street. But if we adopt this, is that something very similar to the state, what they have already got something affordable housing regulations? So what we have adopted today, if we will, that will be just override or duplicated the same as the state level regulation on affordable housing.
So the state has many programs to encourage affordable housing, and the state legislature continues to have mandates on local governments wherein the city may not actually use its zoning authority to prevent the establishment of affordable housing. This is something a little bit different. In your housing element, you do have a program to adopt an inclusionary ordinance. So that means in your annual report, which is required to HCD, each year through this cycle, you'll need to report your progress. If you don't have it in year one, you just report that you have not adopted an inclusionary ordinance in year one.
And for the feasibility result summary on this page, for the MU-C zoning for sale, it shows that no state density applied bonus will be 10%, and with state density bonus will be 24%. So if we say this is a unit that we will be that will be good for 100 units there, so does that means they can build 124 units that we originally can approve than 100?
No, if you have the state density bonus, it's an up to a 35% increase. So if they use the state density bonus and the underlying zoning allowed 100, the state density bonus would allow 135. Plus incentives and concessions, height limitations, parking reduction, setback changes, a whole variety of overrides to the municipal zoning code.
Then for the inclusionary numbers, that will be, for example, we say 10%. So that means they are able to build 35 more than,
No, so that's without accessing the state density bonus. Okay, once you access the state density bonus, okay, then you get additional units, additional density, and incentives and concessions, and it's on a sliding scale. Okay, the point that I think maybe is confusing is the requirement at 15% for the for sale units would make every, if you had 15% inclusionary component, would make every multifamily development application, for sale development application in San Gabriel eligible for that density bonus. Therefore, you could anticipate that the developer, although voluntarily, but they would be required to provide that 15% of affordable units, would choose the density bonus to allow them to have 35% increase in units. That allows them to offset the cost of providing below market rate units. And importantly, it would give them two concessions and incentives, which could be reductions in parking, height, reduction in setbacks, elimination of, in your mixed use, of a requirement for ground floor retail. They have a menu of things they could choose from. If you keep it at 10%, right, that would not automatically require or not automatically create the conditions that the applicant would be able to access the state density bonus. Now, they could choose to do that by providing more affordable units, and that's something we're seeing in the San Gabriel Valley as prices become high enough for the market rate to subsidize the below market rate. Because the prices here in San Gabriel, while high, are moderate in San Gabriel Valley terms, you may see less uptake than you might see in more expensive areas.
So that means the developer, as long as they would like to go with the density bonus, they would like to use that, that would trigger.
Correct.
Okay. Okay, that's my question for now. Thank you.
Thank you.
Actually, can I just clarify that? Because going through these reports, we have examples that will show, like, for example, 11 units is the market rate, and then it goes up to 23 units. So it looks like you've already baked those numbers in. It wouldn't be 11 units and let's say, I mean, they're already in the report. So in Vice Mayor Wu's example, when he says 100, so the 100 would be the market rate.
Correct.
And if we applied, then it would go to the 124.
No. So on base zoning, so if your base zoning allowed 100 units and you had a 10% inclusionary requirement, 90 of those 100 units
Yes.
would be market rate and 10% would be below market rate.
Correct.
Okay?
That's what I'm saying.
Now, if you move it to 15%, the applicant then will automatically be eligible for the state density bonus. That project now becomes 135 units. Right?
Regardless of zoning.
Correct. And has the concessions and incentives. So it's a consideration. The primary reason that the recommendation at 10% is not because of a concern about the density bonus, because a developer could propose 15% affordable and access the state density bonus. That's state law. None of us have any control over that. But you're automatically going to take every application and put it into that category of being feasible. So and it's a little bit of a stepwise relationship. After about 10%, projects aren't feasible any longer in the for sale. That's why we made the recommendation. If you make it 13%, if you chose to make it 13% for an arbitrary example, you're pushing feasibility. It makes that project less feasible, right? It could produce more units than in 10%, but that wouldn't necessarily trigger the density bonus. With that 35% density bonus increase is quite valuable, particularly as market rate units are becoming more and more valuable. So we're seeing this used almost exclusively, the density bonus used almost exclusively in higher cost environments. So if we were on the west side of Los Angeles and Santa Monica, West Hollywood, parts of Pasadena, you just don't see developments not accessing the state density bonus because the value of that 35% increase outweighs the cost of providing the below market rate. Where you are today in San Gabriel is those prices are not quite there yet. Not yet, and that goes to the earlier comment, which you should look at this as a fee and revisit it on a regular basis as market conditions change.
Are there any council, are you?
If you don't mind, let me have one more
What's
question.
I'm actually just following up on yours, so it's still you.
Well, let's say with that many units and we have certain percentage for inclusionary, but sometimes the developer, they will have different units, for example, studio, 1 bedroom, 2 baths, and 3 bedrooms. So how we calculate the percentage? Is that by the entire square footage, or that will be based on the units? For example, the developer may choose like smaller units as like the inclusionary or affordable housing. What is the regulation we can put that?
So state law requires that the affordable units not be differentiated from the market rate units in the project. So in other words, you can't say, my project is all 2 bedrooms except for the affordable is all 1 bedroom. Okay, so they and our modeling, because you're right, you could do anything from a studio to a 3 bedroom typically. We looked at 2 bedrooms because the iterations of the model can become n-dimensional, it becomes too complex, you can't make a decision. So again, allowing a common comparison, we kept things to 2 bedroom apartments.
So that means if they would like to develop 100, there will be all 2 bedrooms.
In reality, the market will shift, but it's not as though the developer can say, I'm doing all market rate at 2 bedrooms and my affordables are all studios. Okay. It has to be proportional.
Equal.
Correct.
Okay, further questions? Okay, no, this is important. No, it's an important issue, so we'll leave it open until everyone's satisfied. We're no pressure.
It's follow the same question. So 10%, 15%, you're talking about it. So it's 15% will be triggered for the state. If like a 14.9, so it's not a trigger.
That's correct, but at that point, a developer would rationally choose to add the extra 0.1% and access the state density bonus.
Okay.
But you can try it, be my
Okay.
guest.
Okay. Yeah, I just want to like clarify
yeah.
the technical question, So
Yeah.
Because before you mentioned, I feel like the 10% it will be triggered, but actually it's not.
So here's the way to understand it. The inclusionary ordinance is a fee. It's mandatory. It's like an impact fee, like your school impact fee, like your traffic impact fee, like your park impact fee. Think of it as an affordable housing impact fee. It's not legally an impact fee. I see the city, because there's one of the impact fees you got to measure differently. But think of it conceptually that way. And then the density bonus is an incentive that the state requires you, the city of San Gabriel, to offer in the form of relaxation of your zoning code in order for a developer to choose to produce below market rate units. The state requires you to relax your zoning code in order to accommodate that developer. That's voluntary, okay? So that's the difference between density bonus and the inclusionary. Think of the inclusionary as a fee and the density bonus as an incentive. Where those come together is at 15%, because now you have made a circumstance where every multifamily project at 15% can access the state density bonus. That's not necessarily in and of itself a bad thing, but you want to be aware that what that does is that triggers a 35% increase in density over the base zoning, which, again, not to say that's a bad thing, but the other thing that it does too, and again, just to be aware, what it does to your zoning code, general plan, all of these kinds of things, is it allows for these concessions and incentives, which can do things like reduce parking requirements, pass height restrictions, and other kinds of restrictions that you have in your development code. So in the mixed-use zone, you may have ground floor retail requirement. That could be relaxed, for example. So it's just something to think about, the integrity of your zoning code and your general plan objectives, if that's something where you want to go. And it's not to say you shouldn't do it, but we want you to be fully informed of the implications.
So if for right now, just a scenario, if not with the state dentist bonus, I just still want to clarify some question. Like council member would say, if the project is a 100 unit, is a 15%. That's meaning still 100 unit, but 15% have to do the affordable housing, or they can have the extra. So that's meaning the 100 plus 15 unit.
100 plus 35.
Yeah, but I don't say that they have a trigger on it. Just, for example, if a notice trigger, maybe just
If they chose not to accept, if they
Yeah.
chose not to apply the density bonus, if a developer chose not to, then that's correct. Then it would be 15 units of affordable housing, and the remainder, the 85 units, would be market rate.
So still 100
units.
and the 15% it's go.
Correct.
Okay.
But the applicant would then automatically qualify for the
Yeah.
additional 35 market rate units.
All right. So easy comparison. If like 10%, so just like a still 100 unit, and then 90 unit is a market rate, and then 10 unit is affordable.
Correct.
So not like automatic add on the 10%.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Understand. Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Any further clarifying questions?
Followed by a council member thing. Well, just to make sure, this is a mathematic thing. So 100 units that is permitted, and 15%, which is 15 units, will be affordable housing, and 85 will be market price. Then it will be triggered, the additional 35 units as a bonus, right?
Correct.
But-
And no more requirement for any additional affordable units.
So when you say 15, is that 15% out of 135, or it's just like 15 units?
15 out of the 100.
There'll be 20-some units then.
No,
Is that correct?
15 units.
Wait, 15 units. So that's it, 15
You get
units.
the 35% market rate units for free.
Okay, good. That is good answer. Thank you.
I understand, this is really confusing stuff, and we're in the weeds for it all the time. It gets worse because there's some sliding scale, so there's some other things that developers can do, and if they do 100% senior, or they do other things, they can access the state density bonus. It is sort of a n-dimensional puzzle to figure this out, which is why we looked at it as plain vanilla as possible without exercising the density bonus.
Yeah, I still, okay. But this is for, sorry, okay, this is for the, for sale. How about for the rental?
The same math would apply. Our research indicates that today, new construction of market rate rental projects are infeasible in San Gabriel. Okay?
But if we use the 10% for the affordable rent,
They become even more infeasible.
okay. It's not a trigger the state.
No.
Okay, if for 15% is the same thing.
It would trigger,
Okay.
unfortunately, the capital costs for new construction, land costs in San Gabriel, combined with the rents that can be achieved in San Gabriel, make those projects infeasible even without adding an inclusionary requirement, which is the basis of the recommendation, which is that you will create a financial constraint on the production of residential units, market rate residential units, if you add essentially a fee. Think of it conceptually as a fee. And in fact, state law requires for multifamily rental, because of the Palmer fix in 2017, that you do have to allow a fee. You have to allow an applicant to fee out. They may not even provide the units at that cost, because the fee in lieu is based on the gap between the affordable units and the sales price of the units. So it's generally less expensive for an applicant to fee out. And you don't have to offer a fee out on the for sale, but state law requires a fee out on the rental. So again, at this time, given the current market conditions, LWC's recommendation is to not require an inclusionary requirement, essentially an additional fee. That even if a developer were able to put together a project, would most likely choose to pay an in lieu fee because the cost would be less than providing the units on site.
So actually, this is like it's interesting. Like if we, if for based on your say talking about the for rent, if you will have adopted this inclusion so actually it's for the developer will increase their fee.
So from the
It's
developer,
increase their costs.
that's correct. Inclusionary requirements, under any circumstance, increase the cost of development. Full stop. It's a fee. Let's be honest. It's an exaction. You're taking something. Okay. It's not necessarily good or bad, but let's be honest. That's what it is. It is an exaction. And so you're increasing the cost because you're saying, here's the building envelope you get, right? Some percentage of them you charge market rate, some percentage you charge less than market rate, so there's going to be a gap, and it costs the same to build the unit, right?
So that's meaning it's another really help for the low-income people for the rent.
It is beneficial for your community to have these units. There's no doubt about it. But you also want to ask yourself, are we creating a fee structure that will prevent the market from producing units in the first place? That's the challenge before you. Our recommendation is, given the conditions of rental stock today in San Gabriel, today, and it may change over time, adopting an inclusionary fee on rental units will make the projects more infeasible, more difficult to produce rental housing projects in San Gabriel. Now, for sale, are more profitable, right? because the sale prices are more aggressive than the achievable rents that you can get. So all things being equal, the for sale can absorb about a 10% fee, essentially. Think about it as that way. Whereas the rental, the pro forma on the rental is much thinner. In fact, it's not feasible, so you're going to add another cost into infeasibility. Now, remember my earlier comment, somebody may have unconventional financing, right? Someone may have grants to produce affordable projects. Someone may have a very low cost basis in their land. Someone may be doing this all cash. Someone may be willing to take a lower return on investment because they want to own land in San Gabriel in the long term. All of those things can occur and create development in your community. But I can't model for those contingencies. So we just look at everything as a conventional project. That you can hope that there will be unconventional financing. And it does happen that there's unconventional financing. But that's the strategy then, is that we'll wait around till there'll be some unconventional strategy. And again, remember this math now is, well, started 2 years ago and is a year old. And in that time, we've seen a big run up in interest rates and capital costs. So I have more confidence in these statements now than I would have a year ago in terms of feasibility and infeasibility.
Okay. Thank you.
Any further questions from council? That's what I said, we're going to exhaust this. I haven't gone yet, so.
Well, for the attachment B, which is the ordinance number 690, that I have noticed, well, because this is our own city and our local ordinance that we are proposed to adopt. But I noticed that many of the places being crossed out, and we, for example, the bonus the density bonus, we crossed it out, but we keep the state density bonus law. And on the page 34, 153.460 density bonus, that shows that we are, the parking ratio is described in the state density bonus law to qualified projects pursuant to the state bonus law. Does that mean we are not making our own ordinance, but we are most of the density bonus standard or even parking standard that is according to the state law? So if one day the state law has adjusted number, for example, the density bonus from either adjust lower to 25% or increase to 45, we will just follow that fluctuation.
But you have to do that anyway. Even if it's not in your zoning code, you have to follow state law anyway. So this is a way of cleaning up your zoning code so it references state law. Over the last 3 years, we've seen a change by the state legislature every year over the last 3 years to state density bonus law, and we can anticipate that there will be additional changes moving forward. So instead of having to go and amend your zoning code each time the state does something, or worse yet, have outdated language in your code and then find yourself in a dispute with an applicant, it's just better, sort of from a point of view of keeping your zoning code updated and easier to use, just to reference the state, because the one thing we do know is that the state will continue to make changes.
Okay, good, thank you.
Vice Mayor Wu, I would add to that, what our consultant said is 100% true. I would add to that, there are certain rules that we can go further with in the state if we want to be more prescriptive or more, in this case, we allow more bonuses or more rights to the property owner. But in this case, we don't have the direction from council, and I don't think we will, to ever be more lenient than what the state allows. So we're always going to follow the most strict rules that the state provides. So that, as our consultant said, that will always keep us in lockstep with what the state requirements are, and not have to worry about whether those are not in keeping.
So all the definitions, we don't need to duplicate one more time because it will be follow the state law anyway.
That's right. But I realize when you look at, and the public looks at that ordinance for the density bonus, it looks like we're taking away all of those abilities for developers to use those provisions. But there are a couple of catch-alls in there that say we're going to follow the state laws from here on out. And the developers are all familiar with the state law, so it's easier for them to reference that than go city to city and familiarize themselves with our own local codes.
Okay, thank you.
Can I follow up on that, Mark? Follow-up question, how does that affect the planned development overlays? on the 1 acre and larger, like the major developments we're having. Because those we give a FAR bonus, not necessarily density, and it's more of a negotiated rather than a legislated density bonus. So how is that affected by this ordinance, if at all?
I'd let Sam jump in because she deals with these on a day-to-day basis, but I think you hit the nail on the head with your comment about our negotiation. We rarely have developments that come in and follow our base zoning and say, here's the project I want to develop, and here's the way it fits our zoning. For those larger than a half-acre sites, especially the ones on San Gabriel and Valley, we have planned development, and usually those involve development agreements. So we're actually negotiating with the developers, and we put our own exaction fees, as the consultant talked about, for things like public safety and other items on there. So we are negotiating all of that. We would still have the planned development as a underlying density, but we end up not negotiating at that point because the developer can then ask for those density bonus and create their own higher densities. Sam, please correct me if I've said anything wrong in that.
Can I ask a specific question then? Because I know a lot of times we're going with our FARs from a 1 FAR to more than 2. So isn't that more density than the state is allowing already in those cases? We're going 100%.
Right, FAR is square footage, and density is what you can fit within that square footage.
More units.
So there can be additional square footage, but not necessarily an increase in density.
So you're creating bigger units, not more units.
Potentially, yes.
Because that's kind of that type of argument is, if we have a 1.0 FAR, there's only so many units you could put in that. Then you go to a 2.2 FAR, those units, it seems to me you can build more units on a 2 or, because a lot of times that's what developers are saying, because our design guidelines say minimum this size, minimum number for bedrooms. So I don't see a limit on the number of units in the FAR as much as how many units you can fit in that footprint. Because if I limited to the code, it's in a commercial, it's 3 stories, mixed use, it's 3 stories and a 1.0 FAR. It's pretty straightforward. I can't fit on a 1 acre site, I couldn't fit 180, 200, 300 units there unless I go above the FAR. Then the number of units goes up. So that's what we're negotiating right now. So my question, it's a very direct, simple question. Is that affected by, and I'll just say ICO instead of trying to say inclusionary, ICO instead of that. IHO, I'm sorry. I'm thinking a different thing. IHO instead of saying the whole thing out. So does it affect our ability to negotiate, or is there any effect on it at all?
The inclusionary requirement will allow for an increase in density. If it kicks in, as mentioned by LWC, if it kicks in the density bonus, then there's certain asks that a developer can have relative to other development standards, as mentioned, setbacks, heights. FAR, I don't.
Yeah, I'll give you an anecdote.
Because I'm getting confused by this.
Because what can happen when you start mixing FAR with unit count on the base zoning? So we have a community I'm working with up in north that has a specific plan area based on FAR, and what it turns out is that you can only build really large units, right? So the unit count stays the same, but then they become ridiculously big as you build out your envelope. The applicant went to HCD and said, I want a ruling on this. I believe I'm entitled to calculate a base level of units based on my building envelope, and I want to access a 35% increase. And I'm going to use one of my concessions and incentives to override your FAR in order to do that. And so that's actually one of those things that can be adjudicated by a letter from HCD.
And you see, that's kind of what I'm getting at with our scheme right now, because I don't see, is there a unit count? I was looking for one in our code. So to me, I don't see a limit on the number of units based on property size. Does that exist in our code? Maybe that's a better question.
Does it exist in your code?
Do we have, like, so for example, per acre, how many units? Is it like 50, 60?
Right, in the base zoning, yes.
But then when you have a planned development overlay, that kind of goes on the side and it can be negotiated.
Correct.
So there is really no limit, except for the reasonableness, let's call it reasonableness, that staff would say, yeah, that will fit with the neighborhood, but it's not a hard and fast X number of units per lot size.
Well, we're talking about hypotheticals. I could also imagine a developer coming to the counter and saying, but that's not an objective development standard.
Correct, that's where I'm getting at.
And so you could lose on that argument.
That's why I'm thinking we need to actually come to a solid number and go away from the FAR, because it's a minefield or a trap that we're going to get stuck in with one of these bigger developers that has in-house counsel. And I read this because I used to do development. I was in-house counsel for a developer. I could stick 150 more units on you based on our code. Not low income, not moderate income, more units.
But with those particular projects subject to the development agreement.
Of course. But I'm saying once we go there, litigation's a little bit more expensive, or finding, just getting a ruling on that is not that expensive too. When you're talking $100 million development, it's tiny little, for the amount of money you're going to increase your bottom line, it's a cost of doing business. If we lose, so what?
So just so you know, where the state is trying to move communities, every community, where it comes to residential development, not commercial, but on residential development, is towards certainty.
Yes.
And that certainty is based on density of units per acre. They're really pushing communities away from planned unit developments. They're using the housing element process as a tool to build that certainty, combined with SB 330 and SB 35. And the legislature is continuing to develop new approaches to move away from this sort of ambiguity of a development agreement or heightened bulk standards, FAR, for residential development. They'll let you keep it for your commercial development. That's the trend where things are going. And this is, now we've kind of gotten off of the subject of the inclusionary housing.
Yeah, I get it.
Just you're getting some, some free advice, so it's worth what you're paying for it. But that's just the experience of where the state is pushing things.
Yeah, I think from my reading, that's kind of where it gets confusing when we titled the whole thing inclusionary housing and density bonus, because they're related, but they're not really tied together in this. We're dealing with two separate, very complex areas, and it's, when you read it and you look at all the feasibilities, they kind of just start blending together, and your human nature is to take it easy and just put them together when they're not. They're nothing in this report says the IHO has to deal with density until you hit the state. That's the caveat, until you get to the state numbers. Correct or incorrect?
Yeah, I don't want to speak for staff here, but I think the important consideration for the density bonus argument here is just to get your code in alignment with the state so that there's not confusion.
So that was one of my questions. Could this have been presented more clearly where we did right up front say that? These two things are related, but not really. We could have said the density bonus discussion here, the inclusionary housing discussion here, and to me they're kind of intermixed throughout, throughout.
So the short answer to your question is yes, that could have been made more clear, but the analysis still would have been confusing, because even if we had adopted the density bonus, the discussion of whether it's feasible would still have included all of those same calculations. It just wouldn't have looked like you need to do one in lockstep with the other.
Yeah, in other words, we're doing a lot at once when we didn't have to do a lot at once. It's still confusing. I agree with that. It's not something that you just casually look at and go, okay, I get it.
Part of the issue is that the 15%, if you look at the 15% inclusionary ratio, then you will automatically trigger the density bonus. And density bonus could have not been here, could have been in the code books, but the discussion about how it would affect that would still have to be.
Yeah, but that's voluntary also. A developer could do that without us doing anything. Got it. So I'm going to start. I have some clarifying questions of my own. That was just kind of a follow-up. And these, I'll just say, when you're presented with a report this long and this complex, there's going to be a lot of questions. So bear with me. These are just questions. These are not my council discussion. And so I'll admit right now, I don't fully understand every single piece of this because there's so many moving pieces, but I just want to point some things out that I see that I'd like clarification on. And that said, I'd like to kind of frame the entire discussion with the goal here. The goal of the entire inclusionary housing ordinance is to produce more low and moderate income units. Our job is to determine the likelihood that this will achieve that. That's kind of everything we're doing tonight. Is that what's going to happen based on our action? And that's actually, that was my third point, is I wanted to clarify that these aren't directly tied, the IHO isn't directly tied to any density bonuses. And that's a question. That was a question. Going through this, it wasn't like crystal clear. And to me, it seems like the IHO, get rid of the density, is simply I think I use a little different words than yours. IHO is, I said it's strictly a mandate to provide low and moderate income units. Yep. So my question based on that, and if I say something correct, feel free to say, no, that's not correct.
You got it so far.
Do builders get any incentives from the IHO?
No, it's a cost.
Just a cost. So we have to keep that in mind. And actually, my next question kind of went back to my first point that we discussed before, but why was the report titled IHO and density bonuses? So I already had that before this whole discussion. That's what threw me off the whole time reading. I kept confusing it, and I know they're not related, not directly, because you can have an IHO with no density, no trigger, like we are doing, or what we have a few different recommendations. I just wanted the council to be clear in that this density bonus is that the state density bonus that keeps being put on the right column of all of the feasibility studies already exists. It's not something we're adopting. It's something that is out there in the netherworld that the state determines, not us. And that goes to John, or Vice Mayor, John's okay. That goes to John's, I'm assuming I'm not talking about myself. That goes to John's question about the, when we get into those bonuses, those are already there. We're not adopting that. What we're doing is clarifying in our zoning scheme that we are going to defer to the state on all those types of bonuses. So that's what we're adopting, is the state scheme, rather than us having that I'll call it a bear trap of always having to update our code, because when the state changes something, we have to change our code, and the state changes something, we have, so that will say, we defer to the state on all these definitions and all these percentages, and so I think that's fine. I think we should do that. That's something that has to be done, but that's wholly separate and distinct from the IHO, correct?
Yep. Yeah.
Got it. So I'm trying to go little by little my thought process.
May I jump in on that
These are questions.
real quick? Just to point out to the council, and I want to make this clear and clarify something that our consultant said a little while earlier. When we presented our housing element to the state, we included a list of programs, and Sam went over those programs in her presentation. And one of those programs was to fix our density bonus ordinance, and we gave an amount of time that we would do that. I don't remember the time, but it was probably within the first year. And then the second thing is we promised to evaluate an inclusionary housing ordinance. So I don't think we would be in or out of compliance with our housing element if we didn't adopt an ordinance anytime soon, because all we've promised to do is evaluate. So I'm telling you that not to tell you not to adopt the ordinance, but I don't want anybody to feel like you're having to adopt an ordinance tonight or tomorrow because we're under some deadline. We'll do this as many times as it takes to make you all feel comfortable one way or the other, so that you're not feeling that you have to adopt something tonight. The density bonus, I would say if tonight we're not ready for the other part, as Mayor Harrington mentioned, I would say we would move forward with the density bonus part just to get that off the table and get that moving forward, because we don't have a choice on that part. But we can continue on with the inclusionary housing discussion if you're not ready to adopt that tonight.
They're two separate ordinances. You can take one and move it forward towards adoption by conducting the first reading and continue to discuss the inclusionary ordinance for as long as you need to.
Well, I also wanted to mention that we can also adopt the IHO and reevaluate afterwards too. I mean, it goes both ways.
Correct.
So just to clarify that.
Absolutely.
And so that was another one of my points that Mark brought up. It was not in our housing plan to adopt an IHO. It was to consider an IHO. Those are two completely,
I'll give you one other piece of information. What that means is that you put on your annual report, progress report, that you had a deliberation about it, and you've met that requirement. Also, if in 7 years you haven't completed all of your programs, what that means is in the 7th housing element cycle, you need to evaluate the programs, what you didn't do, and make commitments to implement the programs that are there. Now, will the state have repercussions for you not fulfilling your programs in the 7th cycle? I don't know. I hope I'm not writing housing elements in the 7th cycle.
nor I. Okay, so my next question, and like I said, these are in no particular order. I just kind of did stream of consciousness, and I was hopping back and forth. Because I was going through the zoning code as I did this on top of everything you gave us to read, and all the studies. On pages 8 to 9, it discusses the general plan, consistency with the general plan. And I've said this in the past about several other reports that staff has presented. To me, this happens quite frequently, not in San Gabriel alone, but all the time. So when I go through the discussion on pages 8, general plan consistency, it gives a list of element goals, and the statement is, and when I say this is a statement, it says many times that we met the goal. And so, but it doesn't say how we met the goal. What does this do to meet that goal? I didn't find that in the report anywhere else, and I'll give you examples so we can discuss them. On general plan goal C, I think I have it here. Page 9. It says, to remove government constraints to the maintenance, improvement, and development of housing. How does an ICO remove constraints when we're adding a fee?
IHO.
I'm thinking of an organization called ICO.
Paying attention.
So when I say ICO, I mean IHO. Now, how does that remove a constraint when we're adding a fee? To me, intuitively, when you're adding a fee, you're not meeting that goal. In fact, you're doing the opposite of that goal. So there was no analysis, it was just a statement. Is there any, does staff have like a, because I can't figure out a way how this removes constraints. That's one of our goals in our plan.
We're on page 8.
Page 9, top of page 9, housing element goal C. Because page 8 says that we met all these, or these are the goals we're meeting through the IHO. It says remove government constraints to the maintenance, improvement, and development. I don't think we've met that goal through this, personally. Council may disagree, staff may disagree, but I was racking my brain, how are we removing constraints? I don't expect you have a great answer, but you might have an answer.
Not a great answer or a calculated answer, but it introduces a program that would allow for the facilitation of affordable housing, which the city currently does not have.
It mandates, not allows.
It mandates.
But we do have, because in some of our development standards, you can get bonuses for low and moderate income. It's in our code, I looked it up. That already exists, it's voluntary.
For certain types of housing, such as senior housing.
Correct, but we have a scheme which we could modify without doing an inclusionary housing.
Correct.
Okay. I want to hear your best argument. That was good. It's more creative than I could make.
No argument. I wouldn't add anything to what Sam said, but ultimately it's up to the council to decide whether those findings or whether those reasons are enough. And if you can't make those findings or you don't agree with them, then...
Yeah, but we're not adopting these findings, all right? I didn't see it says we're adopting all the findings.
You
of the
are.
staff report.
I'm sorry, one of the whereases talks about all of the information in the report.
Oh, so we didn't specifically say the housing elements are adopted.
Everything in the report in the background is...
There's a lot here that, yeah, so that's also another problem I have, because there's a lot here that doesn't, I can go right through them. I made lists of these, but that's just an example. Another one is economic development goal 4.1. It says create a vibrant business community. How is this creating a vibrant business community? Because I couldn't make that finding myself. I'm not expecting the answers. I'm just saying these are the things that when I'm reading this, I read with scrutiny, because we are adding cost to developers. And I'm going to go off on a little tangent here, because I believe in the free market. That's a fundamental belief I have. And I also believe in freedom, equality, all of those great things that come with that. And what I estimate is, and this is my belief, may not be true, every single regulation humankind has ever made has a cost to either freedom, finances, or life, liberty, and property. It has to, otherwise why does it exist? What is it regulating? Those are the only things we really can regulate, life, liberty, and property. So this has to be regulating one of those. And what it's doing, in my estimation, is that it's regulating property or finances, shifting from A to B. So is that the policy that we want? And so these are saying it's meeting these goals. I'm going back, I'll get right back onto track here, because that was not in my notes. That's just how I view things.
Can I comment on 4.1? It does go
Certainly.
into subsection point 2.
Point 2.
Which is to implement the strategies of the commercial corridor, which is to facilitate, again, mixed-use development, housing development, allowing for increased density, and also for the larger types of developments that are identified in the specific plan.
But once again, I would argue that we already have that. I don't think this is additive to our planned development overlay. It might on a half acre or 10,000, 15,000 square foot site. Personally, I don't see this as doing that, this scheme that we're coming up with, personally. And there's all of those. I would really prefer more analysis on the how we're achieving those goals rather than that we're achieving those goals. I have a few more, but I'll just skip them.
Mayor, could I just add to your comment? On the presentation, there's no numbers, so I can't even tell you, but I believe, Sam, what you were trying to do is focus on Goal B, because you listed all the programs for Goal B. You didn't go through each of the other goals. That was the focus. I mean, for me, I can see how an inclusionary housing ordinance could create a vibrant business community. It would bring more people to our community. We get more people to shop in our community. So we can evaluate all these in so many different ways. But I think your focus was on Goal B, which is promote and encourage the provision of affordable housing opportunities to meet the needs of lower and moderate income household. Then you go through the variety of programs. Is that what you were trying to do? I'm just trying to, okay.
But we are adopting all of these.
If I may, Mayor, just again to dovetail on what the city manager said, staff may recommend or provide you factual evidence or certain information. Council is the one that makes the findings. Staff does not make findings. So you have the power and the ability to either make those findings or say no, that there's not enough evidence to support whatever finding is being proposed.
The reason, to me, it's just something of more of a stylistic preference. I don't believe the adoption or the lack of adoption or the not adopting an IHO hinges on these findings. I really don't. I don't think we have to make these findings to adopt the ordinance, with all of these findings. There's probably a couple, but there's a lot here.
You need to find consistency, obviously, with your general plan and with the goals of your general plan.
But that could be a general statement that it doesn't have to go into details, does it? Could we say we find it to be compliant with our general plan? That's a finding, and that's the extent of it? I mean, is that legal?
Yes, but it makes it more vulnerable to a challenge.
Someone would come along and say, get rid of this IHO because you didn't make enough findings.
Yeah, it is also always preferable to have specific evidence supporting the findings that the council makes in meeting their general plan consistency.
So how many of these would it take for our finding to be challenged and fail? Like if there's 9 and we lose 5 of them? I mean, is there a case on that?
I'm not aware of a numbers game on that issue.
Okay, thank you. So page 60 of the report has a very long statement. I'm not going to read the whole thing. I'll give you the gist of it because it's a long paragraph. And it's basically the gist of it is that an increase in like an IHO will increase affordable housing, but there's the problem that it may constrain building. So So in other words, you were looking at the balancing act, and this is what you said a
Are
few
you
times.
referring to figure 3?
It's page 60. In my notes, I didn't write a figure number.
Oh, 61. But it's the sort of idealized yield curve, right? So,
I wasn't looking, I was reading the words, I didn't look at the
okay, there's
diagram.
a little drawing.
I will open it, I
here.
have it.
Yeah,
I will get to it. I have it on my computer, I'll look at it.
yeah. So I think figure 3 helps. I see where you're going, which is the point is that it's a balancing act between what your inclusionary percentage is, and if you tip the project into feasibility, you get no affordable units because you get no development.
Correct.
Which is why it's always better to undershoot than overshoot, because you want to be in a circumstance where you're increasing the number of units, right, affordable units, because there's a public benefit to having affordable units in your community.
Correct. I agree with that wholly.
Right. So there's a public benefit, so you want to make sure that public benefit is realized. But if you set the limit too high and ask for too much, it drops to 0. So it's all about balancing it, which is why we say it's a good idea to revisit this every couple of years.
In that 45-degree
Or whatever the
figure that I just looked at,
yeah.
it could be any degree, I'm just
Right,
giving you-
exactly.
In the figure, it's a
Whatever-
straight
whatever it
line.
is. Yeah.
Yeah. It doesn't have numbers or anything, it's a concept. That's kind of
That's
what,
the
it's the
concept.
concept of this paragraph.
Yes.
And so that kind of dovetails into my next question. We had 2 different recommendations from council, one from the Planning Commission, one from LCW. To me, the Planning Commission recommended for the IHO to be triggered at 5 units, correct?
Yes.
Which basically means if you build 5 units, one of those units has to be, was it moderate or low? I didn't see was it?
You always round up on fractions.
So one moderate?
No, it would be one low income.
So one low income. So I did my own, and it was hard to find because I found no feasibility tables that addressed 5 units whatsoever.
Right, this comes from the Planning Commission's recommendations. This is not
Gotcha.
LWC.
Well-
That's why we have this slide up here. The red comes from the Planning Commission.
Well, that was I'm not looking at that slide. My point when I read this was, I have no information on 5 units. There's nothing there. So my next question to that, how did the Planning Commission come to 5 units? Does staff have? Because I didn't see anything in the record. I went through the Planning Commission. I didn't find anything in the record that says, here's the math behind 5 units and why we're adopting 5 units, because I found no record of that.
Yes, that's correct. The feasibility analysis is based on the numbers that was provided by LWC, and then the numbers discussed by the Planning Commission was out of discussion outside of the feasibility analysis.
So the 5 units there's no math on it?
Correct.
Okay, so we would be just flying blind with no mathematical analysis if we adopted the Planning Commission recommendation. Additionally, the Planning Commission recommendation was to apply it to rental units as well, which the LCW had said not to, because you will probably hinder development rather than help it. Along these lines, I had another question that came up during the conversation regarding the trigger when we get to that 35% magic number. Because it said at 10%, there's nothing, at 15%, it's 35, if I'm remembering correctly. What is 11, 12, 34? I mean, is there anything, or is it literally from 0 to 35? Like it's just a binary trigger, or is there a scale?
There is a sliding scale, but, and it depends on the type of units. If you provide very low income units, you get a trigger at a lower level.
Got it.
The state has a formula that you can use, and again, this is why it can become.
I threw away my slide rule a long time ago.
Exactly. This is why we try and do as simple and straightforward of a pro forma analysis. And it's stepwise, it's at percentages, because you're right, people could trigger at tenths of percents.
Because I read this as a lawyer and I'm going, nothing, 35. That seems odd to me. Something sticks out there.
So there's certain things you can do under the state law where if you provide, I believe it's senior housing, or also, I think also student housing, and also very low incomes that the thresholds are lower. But we just analyze the kind of straightforward to allow for an even comparison. And that's usually what's done in these kinds of studies, that you can't look at every eventuality. We want to paint a picture for your community that says, at 10%, you're not an impediment. When you start to, or a constraint. When you start to get above 10%, you start to constrain. And when you get to 15% and above, don't just take our word for it that you're a constraint. HCD wants you to prove it when you get over 15%.
Got it. Yeah, so that's what I mean. Like, I know you can't put all that into a report, or we'd have a 500-page report. But it was just when I'm reading this, those are the types of things that keep me up at night. I think about that. I'm like, what's going on with this?
Yeah, and so because this is mandated by state law, there are kind of funny little triggers that get put in different places. So it's not always as, as straightforward as applicants would like or as communities would like.
Yeah, and there's no cross-indents between all those government codes. You have to go look them up one by one, which I found out. And I think this came up during LCW's presentation, but I had a question on this, but it kind of flew over my head a bit, or around my head. I'm not sure, went over my head. And that is the charts. They were based on 2022 numbers, 2023.
So 2021 updated in 2022.
A lot has happened in
materials,
in financing, in real estate. And so I know you said you're confident, but your confidence is that your numbers are even more...
Things are worse.
Worse, yeah.
My confidence is that it's harder to do development today than it was 18 months ago.
And my argument would be that 10% is even, to me, and I'm not in this world anymore. I'm in the finance world. I got out of the development world. But I know what's gone with oil prices, materials prices. We have lots of investments in agriculture and forestry, in everything you can think of. So I know the prices have gone way up. Labor's gone way up. The local 300 and the local, the Carpenters 9 and all of these unions have raised their rates there. So, and that, I'm not saying these are union jobs, but that affects the market rate for non-union jobs.
The most important change is the one that none of us have any control over, and that's interest rates.
Finance.
And so we were in a near zero interest rate environment for property development from 2009 to about 2012, near zero. Went up a little bit after that, but very, very favorable environment. And I think councils and planners and developers are all struggling to get our heads around this change because it happened very rapidly, like in a few months. We are now in a less favorable, might even be an unfavorable environment for property development.
And so then that's my follow-up question on this is because we're in this because we're in a volatile environment and we had confidence, would this ruin the entire scheme? And the follow-up to that is kind of a two-part. Have we contacted or talked to the developers working in San Gabriel about this and about their costs? Not a study, I'm talking a real world, like how is this affecting your ability to develop? And would this cause you any, because my worry here is not the big guys. It's the 5-unit developments. It's the 8-unit developments. Those are ones that get ruined because they're not typically flush with cash. They can't sell other assets and fund their own instead of borrowing. They're stuck with the bank. And I've gone to the bank and negotiated these types of deals, and you better have your pro forma really well rooted in reality. So that's kind of my question here. Do we have any reality checks from developers?
So let me say what we did use. So in our scope, there wasn't an engagement process with the development community. In our scope, now the staff may have been in contact with people. But what we do use is we use a third-party cost estimating data source called RS Means. And what we like about using RS Means is that it's impartial.
Green Book?
And it's, so they have, they adjust it actually for geography and costs, et cetera, and it's updated quarterly. Yep. And so we used RS Means, and the reason why that is because every developer, like you say, has a different point of view, and also they have a different incentive structure in reporting things to us. So it's always nice to have an independent third party but certainly somebody could roll up to you and say, these guys are nuts, my costs are much higher. And the answer is because you're not building something standard. You may have a local condition where you're having a hard time getting access to labor, or certain subcontractors or trades are in short supply, all of those kinds of things. That's not going to be represented in the aggregate number in RS means.
And so, based on our previous discussions, I like to contrast what I'll call small projects, which are 25 units and less, because that's within reach of a lot of first-time developers, not builders that have been doing it like the Swinnertons and the big ones. I'm talking about someone that may have inherited some family property and wants to now make some good money off that and develop. So their property costs might be low, but their material and building costs, because they're so green, is going to be very high. This may be the thing that prevents them from building. That's what I mean. I'm just, is that feasible, or is that realistic?
That's a plausible scenario you described.
Because I know actual properties and people in this town, like we have projects that have sat there forever. It's because we either lack of experience, lack of financing, or some other thing they're lacking. This doesn't help any of that. I'm just saying do you see how this would help any of those situations? Like the smaller ones. I don't think it affects the bigger ones. I honestly don't. And I don't have any lost sleep over that either. Let them do it. They're going to probably go into the state stuff anyway when they're that big. My worry is about the smaller ones and how this affects them. I don't know if that was like part of the analysis or why we didn't choose under 11 units. I think 11 was the smallest number in the.
Yeah. We looked at a prototype that would fit on a typical lot in each of those zones. That was the basis of the size. But if and this is in your R3 and your mixed-use MCU, but under different zoning conditions in an R2 zone, this would also apply in an R2 zone. I mean, this is citywide. It would, apply anywhere where there's residential development is allowed, right? So that would be something to consider.
Gotcha. So my next two questions have already pretty much been covered. It's really about the plan development overlays and density bonuses and how they interplay. But I did have a specific question that I didn't bring up before, which is, did staff consider actually abandoning the FAR and going into the density scheme on the larger projects? Because I didn't see anything in there where it discussed that.
This would be a policy discussion based on council's direction. FAR is defined in the general plan currently for those areas. If it was council's direction to evaluate a different calculation, then staff can absolutely consider that, but it would go into a general plan amendment because that's where that's specified.
Got it. And that was kind of before we had that previous discussion that got triggered. That was my thought process, was we're really leaving ourselves open under our current scheme. It might make sense as long as we're doing these changes. Let's do them consistently and with the least risk to the city, because in the end, will be challenged probably by somebody. So the fact that we make these findings and the fact that we have these discussions, this is all public record, someone can find it, and we have thought about it, and we were thoughtful and deliberate in what we're doing. And I see something along that lines as a judge hears it, or a jury hears it, or whomever hears that says, yeah, the San Gabriel, they didn't do this willy-nilly, they thought about it. Staff did it, consultant did it, council heard it, council made like you said, a policy choice, and it made more sense to give more units, more affordable units all at the same time. Because those two things are sometimes hard to do at the same time, more units and more affordable units. There's just, as you add more affordable, the overall total number of units kind of gets sometimes dragged down. But that was those two questions. I think I would like to see some further study on that scheme change and the general plan change, because I think overall, when we do this in these types of things in the future, that will be very beneficial to future councils. Okay. I'm going through some of the questions that I think have been answered, so I'm trying to get rid of some. So this is kind of an off-the-wall question, but did we consider tying the IHO to density bonuses at all? Like actually tying, because they're so confusing. Would it make sense that if the IHO is triggered, you get more density, like at a lower threshold than the state? And that's something that's council policy, and I know that's a sensitive topic, but let's say on a property, we have a small one, like I'm thinking like 5 units. Instead of making 1 unit low income, why couldn't we do 6 units? That might offset the IHO. That's a policy question. I don't know if that's something staff considered.
The steps taken began with the feasibility analysis to analyze what types of project would be feasible. Connecting the IHO to the density bonus was a part of the Planning Commission's discussion when they were talking about the different percentages. So the Planning Commission did talk about that connection. However, it was not staff's, or it was the original steps to get to this point was not to tie the 2 items together.
Okay, I guess then my question is, since the Planning Commission brought it up, has staff considered it, or is it just waiting for council, or?
Waiting for council.
Got it. Because that was one of the questions I think when I wanted answered. Okay, got it. Do we have an estimate as to how many lower moderate income units will be built as a result if we adopt this either of the schemes recommended? Do we have is it 10 extra units, 100 extra units, 1,000? Any idea? Basically, like what's in the pipeline or what's the available stock?
What's in the pipeline now would not be subject to it if it has a complete application.
Application, yeah, got it.
Right. So I don't know what.
That was a further question.
Yeah, what's further back. But the answer is, I can tell you in percentage terms, and the answer is, it's what you set it at in percentage terms. I can't tell you in how many units, because I just don't know what's in the mind of property owners.
Also, what's the stock is of what's undeveloped.
Correct.
Or underdeveloped, or going to be torn down and redeveloped. I know that's a variable, but do we have any estimation? What is the benefit, the actual, what we think the real world benefit would be?
More than what you currently have. How about that?
So 1 to infinity.
Yes. It's a range, right?
Yeah. I think this one was answered, so I'll just cancel this one. I'm just highlighting the ones I think I'm graying them out as I go through. Okay, now this is another out of order, out of context question that is for neither of you. And this is for the chief. Wallace, the one that looked up as soon as I said the chief. So I wanted to know, and I've mentioned this many, many times when we've discussed density and height and all these things, did staff consider when we go above 3 stories, and I know we've talked about this, having a fee added for adding a hook and ladder crew to the city? And this may be an actual question for city attorney as well, because I would like to see something along the lines, if we go beyond and above and beyond our zoning scheme and go into 4, 5, 6 stories, which is not allowed unless there's a planned development overlay, and mixed use and all that. Those are the things that trigger the height going from 3 stories up to 78 feet and 5, and all of those things that get triggered. Did staff ever contemplate a fee to either purchase or maintain a hook and ladder, and add the staff to support that apparatus?
Mayor, specifically to this question, I don't think this has been discussed. In previous developments, when it started going that way, it was prevention, and past chiefs were hesitant to do anything because they didn't want to drive up costs. When I look at some of the entitlements and things like this is something we do need to plan for in the future, because if we're going to do that, provide that service here, this is a way to it. But as far as I know, this hasn't come up in any discussions yet.
Got it. Because I would like to see that, and it might not be feasible. You may be able to say, I would love to have it, but it's not feasible. That's perfectly fine answer, but I'd just like to see that analysis. Because once again, we're updating these codes, we're updating our plans, we're updating our fees. That'd be a great way to do it. Also, and this may be, I might have to talk to the city attorney real quick off the mic. I just wanted to make sure, like, this isn't something I know that I can discuss with staff, but I just want to make sure something to bring up at the meeting, which is, could we go to the voters and say, if you go to these number of units, this density, this height, or whatever, that you're going to have a fee put onto your project overall, like an annual, like a property tax type fee, or property tax, saying because you're in a different class that we currently do not have the ability to rescue without mutual aid or automatic aid.
Correct.
We think that you're putting this out there into the community, going above and beyond what we currently allow, because we don't allow that by right. It's a decision you made. Could we have a scheme that allows that? And that's the question.
And
it's a voter. I'm talking voter proof, not council, because council can't do that.
Well, there are several issues that would have to be researched in greater depth, but basically, if the consideration is a DIF, a development impact fee, there would obviously have to be a supportive study and all.
That's a one-time, right? You can't have an ongoing impact fee. Right. It's a one-time, one bite at the apple, which we can't say for the next 20 years you're paying for it.
Right. So the other option would be obviously consider it a fee or a tax that the voters were approved. The benefit of it doesn't only flow to the buildings that are over 6 stories high. The benefit flows to any adjoining properties that would be at risk if such a building was in fact on fire and could cause other damages. So if the council's direction is to explore something like that, I will certainly gladly work with staff at providing some potential avenues to get to that point.
Thank you. And so my next question is wholly unrelated to that, so thank you, Chief. And this kind of goes back to the question I had about page 60. This one's on page 61. And I see, I always think in the philosophical / economic type question, what is the seen and the unseen? I'm sure you're familiar with Adam Smith and Frederick Bastiat and all those philosophical economists. So when I start thinking about that, when I read this, and I'll summarize it again, I'm not going to go into the whole thing, but it's basically the gist of it is attracting housing versus pushing housing away. In my estimation, and I could be wrong, price is, and this is, many economists will tell you, price is just information. That includes sale price, that includes price of a candy bar, that includes rental price. All of these things are just information. The information is what is a purchaser willing to pay, what is a seller willing to sell for. That's called a market, and price is information. So when I see the long-term, maybe foreseen, maybe unforeseen effect of this, of an IHO, is that this council is making a policy determination, we're putting the thumb on that scale of price. And when we do that, we have to have knowledge of that's what we're doing, because the overall effect can be to raise the market price of, I'll call them unsubsidized units or market rate units, because I can tell you the analysis is a straight line, rob Peter to pay Paul. Developers don't take money from their left pocket, put it in their right pocket. If they're losing, and I did my own spreadsheets based on exactly on your numbers. I'll give a good example. On A2, page 65, in my estimation, actually I'll give a better example. On just A1 on page 64, I calculated profit per unit on 19 units to be $122,394 on a market unit. On the when you go to the 10%, you basically take $35,000 off of every unit you're building. Your profit per unit is $86. The way you calculate that, it's very simple. The market price is the developer, I'll call it gross profit because I don't think that's our actual profit, is $2,325,493 divided by 19. If you go to the 10%, it's 1.649 divided by 19, you're at 86,000 per unit. To further it out, you go to 11, it's down to $69,000 per unit. Go to 16, it's at 49,000. Do those numbers sound accurate, or they bear out?
The point is that the return on cost, which is a crude measure.
Correct.
But one that you can kind of use to see whether something would attract financing or not, the return on cost goes down. And every investor has a slightly different profile for what they would accept as return on cost.
Correct. Because every investor has a different set of variables, including their financing and how much cash they're putting in and what they're willing to risk. And could they just park their money in treasuries? Could they park it somewhere else?
And-
Could they do the stock market?
And so, generally speaking, for a project of this scale, return on cost to be of interest to a developer should probably be above 12%, just in terms of conventional finance and conventional assumptions.
Yeah, because high net wealth individuals can easily gain 10% year over year in a very risk-averse portfolio. Easy to do. So why would I take 7% in real estate that's much more risky than parking my money and being a passive investor?
Which is why we indicate that it would be very unlikely to be feasible.
Correct, but I just think that I knew that by reading this, but I
Yes.
just want to make sure, that was a question for council. Am I correct in my
Yes.
intuition that
Yes.
that's
That-
kind of the unseen thing where when you say it's not feasible, it's because people with wealth or developers that have money or borrowing money, even using a little bit of their own, have other places they can park their money. And real estate is not the number one investment. It's a great one, the risk versus reward and returns are there. So there's a lot of security in real estate. Because worst case scenario, you still own the property, even if the project falls through, and you can pay back some of the money you borrowed and do it over time and refinance. So there's a lot of avenues. Not so in the stock market, not so in other places. So it is a risk return, it's a good investment. But at one point, that's not a good investment because I can get much larger returns with the same risk profile. And that's kind of what, when I read page 61, that's my philosophical economic analysis, because I do finance. And I looked at this and I go, yeah, why would I do this? And so my question is, did we contemplate any overall San Gabriel real estate market effects of this? So is this going to make overall non-subsidized prices, so market rate prices, go up or down or have any effect whatsoever? Because I'll just say why I asked that question. In my estimation, when a developer has to take a loss over here, they're going to add it and get they may not have had the exact highest possible market rate. They sold it to the bank at this, knowing they might go up a little bit so that their returns are better even than they told the bank. But they now have to do that. And so overall, we've just increased San Gabriel's overall price to be higher to everybody except for those selected numbers of units. Is that accurate? Or
That's part of the logic behind the state density bonus, which the state density bonus says, in exchange for 15%, all things being equal, low, moderate income units, we're going to give you 35% more market units, so you come out even
at
on
least
a
even,
wash.
at least
Yeah,
a wash.
At least a wash. And
Which we can't do that at this percentage.
Yeah, so state law is a blunt instrument, and
Yep.
they're constantly refining it. We could have a fascinating conversation about externalities of land use regulation.
We need to get a beer sometime. We'll do that.
Yeah, but I think the analysis is really looking at a single investment decision. And it's necessary for you to do that because you don't want to set a rate in such a way that it is a constraint on the production of units, both market rate and below market rate.
And therein lies the difference between your recommendation and the Planning Commission's recommendation. You have a certain set of numbers, they have a certain set of ideas. That's my analysis.
Yeah.
Okay. And so this is probably a staff question. The report indicated that South Pasadena plans to reduce their IHO, and Duarte eliminated theirs. Do you have any reasons why, or do you know why?
There were constraints on development. They set them too high initially.
And then that was 20% and 15?
Yeah, so when these things came about, there was an ambiguity in state law until 2017 as to whether or not these were legal or not. And then there were some workarounds at some very high land value cities like Santa Monica and West Hollywood, and some places in the Bay Area did these trades of development rights, and there were all these sort of workarounds. Now, finally, the state passed some legislation in 2017 that's called the Palmer Fix, that unambiguously made these things legal, and a lot of communities then rushed to do them. And one of the things that happened was there weren't studies, and people said 20% feels good. And the neighboring community said, if 20% feels good, we're more virtuous, we'll do 25%.
Even better.
Right. And I think, looking past 2017, communities were finding, wait a minute, these were constraining development, particularly in lower land cost areas. And in fact, HCD conceded that point when they saw communities, there were certain communities in the Bay Area, in the Marin County, those kinds of anti-growth communities. They said, we are incredibly virtuous here, and we are going to put 30% in St. Helena, and we are going to put, because we love affordable housing. And of course, it was a backdoor building moratorium. And so that's why you have to now submit to HCD anytime you go above 15%. So that should be a signal to communities across the state, do not go beyond 15% unless you really can justify it. And the reason why other communities in LA County and around the state have been dialing theirs back is that the initial impulse wasn't supported by any economic analysis.
So the corollary to that would be any number you adopt should have an economic analysis, including our recommendation of 5 units.
Hey, it keeps me in beer and Cheerios, so I'm in favor of it. But no, it's good practice, right, not to throw darts at a dartboard.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I agree. You should have a very solid reason why you're doing something. And in this case, it is the math. There is no other reason.
Or as best you can, because everything depends on underlying assumptions. So I'm not going to say that I'm omniscient. This is, there's assumptions about interest rates here. There's all of the different caveats that I said. Some developer may have a lower cost basis on the land. That changes the formula completely.
Yeah, so I'll speak for myself on that. I want lower income, even ultra low if we can find it, units built. But it has to pencil out. Otherwise, you're not doing anything. You're not going to be effective. And that's kind of my question here is, I don't think all of this has been borne out by all of the recommendations. This question was we kind of went over this, but I want to make sure I understand this. Everything I'll call it in the pipeline or possible to be developed. Let's say they're not quite at an application yet. What would be the effective date? This might be city attorney. What would be the effective? Is it upon the second reading? Could we put a trigger date into it? What's the policy there?
Your ordinance, generally speaking, would become effective 30 days after the second reading and adoption.
That's the soonest.
That's the soonest. You have the ability.
It's not an emergency order.
Right. You have the ability to put into the ordinance language that would make it effective later. So that is completely within your control.
Got it. And I'll just say once again, I'm framing all this because I have a lot of council deliberation policy questions that need to be answered here, that we should answer. We have the obligation to. So now I'm getting close. So these are just my the questions.
And again, if I may, and I think it's been stated before, but I just want. There is no mandate, there is no clock that's ticking on the adoption of the inclusion ordinance. I think staff recommends, and I agree, that the cleanup of the density bonus language in our zone needs to be done as soon as the council is ready to do so.
But that's a separate item.
That's a separate item, separate ordinance. But as far as the inclusionary housing ordinance, we're not under any state mandate, under any clock, under any obligation to move as fast as possible.
So there were two ordinances, or were there one?
There are 2 ordinances presented for your consideration.
Because my next question is actually about the recommendation. So it's 689 and 690. And that was. I mean, there's several recommendations. I won't say the recommendation. It was the first item under staff recommendation. Was conduct a public hearing, discuss proposed ordinance 6980. Waive full reading of 689 and number 690 by title only. Those are just options, right? You're not-
Recommendations,
Well, that is the recommendation to adopt them as written?
to adopt them as attached.
Okay. And that's the top line recommendation? But then there are alternatives. Okay. I think I like the alternatives. Option 1 under the alternatives, that is, that was on page 6, right? That's consider the recommended percentages. How would that affect those two ordinances? If we change the percentage, wouldn't we have to come back and redo this, or could staff do that?
You would need to, if the council desired to change the percentages, and I'm sorry, the percentages are reflected of the planning commission recommendation in the language, or?
This is in the alternative options?
Yeah, so
Yes,
that was
so that would have to be reanalyzed.
Yeah, reanalyze, and also you would have to bring it back for introduction.
first reading.
First reading.
That was my question. So if we don't go with exactly what was presented, we're going to be here again for a first reading.
Correct.
Got it. So that's why I want to make sure that if we took any of the alternates, it's another whole first reading.
Can I
Except
clarify
option
that?
3, that's not a first reading.
If we're making changes to either of the ordinances, we have to come back, or we can bifurcate?
You can bifurcate, you can treat each ordinance separately, and if I didn't make that clear, I apologize. You can adopt the density bonus, or you can't adopt it, but you can introduce and conduct the first reading of the density bonus cleanup. On the inclusionary housing ordinance, if it's your desire to make changes to it, or have another discussion about it, another meeting, you don't need to move it forward. If you do want to make changes to it and provide staff direction with regard to those changes, we would need to come back for a first reading at wherever you direct staff to do that.
Okay, so then I think my question then is to Samantha to make sure I have it clear. The staff recommendation is to adopt the recommendation from the Planning Commission.
Yes.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure because it was a story that was a little drifted off, hard to follow. I just want to make sure, so if we act as a recommendation, we are adopting Planning Commission recommendation as written. Okay. I think that's getting close. Yeah, option 2. So I think my last question then, because I am at the recommendation, I don't have any more questions after that, just deliberation items, which is, I just want to clarify, option 3 is basically take no action and get this at a future date.
Yes.
But we could have an option 4, which I was thinking, which is get a lot of these questions answered, because I think we're recording this, get a lot of these questions answered, because I don't think we would take an action item on a lot of this unless, I don't think we want to go through all that as to which ones we want and which ones we don't, but just kind of a follow-up on all of these questions, or a lot of these questions. So option 3 could be changed to option 4, which is send some advice back to staff on what council would like to change. So we could adopt the density, but push the IHO according to option 4, because that isn't an option here. It doesn't say you can adopt one without adopting the other. So we aren't limited to the 3 options. In other words, we could take action.
Yes, you're not limited to the alternative options that were proposed by staff. You may choose to do any of the things that you mentioned.
Even that they weren't noticed.
Even if they weren't noted.
Got it. I want to clarify that. So I'll close my questions to staff and clarifying questions. What? Of course. We'll take a health
Just
break
5
before we
minutes.
get to public comment. Yep, I was crossing off myself. So what, 5 minutes, 10 minutes? 5. 5-minute health break. Thank you. We're back in session at 9:21 p.m. So now we have public comment. Chief City Clerk, do we have any public comment?
We do, Mr. Mayor. We have several this evening. The first comes from an anonymous resident, and it reads, "I do not support inclusionary housing ordinance in San Gabriel."
Brief, thank you.
The next comment is from Jason Tsao and reads as follows. "I'm writing to oppose the proposed inclusionary housing ordinance in its current form. I don't identify as a Democrat or Republican, but try to think in general as an economist. As a resident of San Gabriel and experience working for real estate firms, I found Lisa Wise Consulting grossly underestimated the costs of development, summarized below, leading to a false conclusion that the private market will still be willing to build housing projects here in San Gabriel. This false logic is the equivalent of shooting the arrow and drawing the bullseye after, creating an unintended consequence of practically zero housing units getting built, affordable or otherwise. Land cost is assumed at $24 per square foot when it should be more like $100 per square foot average. Fee schedule is outdated with 2021 version used. To meet the parking requirements, often subterranean parking is needed along with type 1 construction involving concrete brings construction costs to north of $325 per square foot instead of the $225 used in the report. Cherry picking 4 neighboring cities that have much higher FAR or density than San Gabriel as justification when it should have no bearing on our city's decision process. Ignored property tax for the entire lifetime of the project and land financing costs while waiting for permits. Assumed developers would be okay with a low 5% yield on cost when it should be at least 1% over market cap rate. Otherwise, they might as well just buy an existing building. For convenience, let's say 4.5% market cap, which would mean at least 5.5%. Applying the ordinance to only approved projects will also have dire effects as it will essentially kill all those projects that are already in the pipeline. All projects that have already submitted an application and are under review with staff should be exempt from this ordinance. Lastly, I do not agree this ordinance will not have any environmental impact. To make the required financial returns, the private sector will request a density bonus, therefore creating more residents and more traffic. Triggering a CEQA is probably the last thing the city wants. Please ask the consultants to sharpen their pencils and think this through. We have a supply and demand problem for housing. This ordinance will actually reduce supply and make the situation even worse. Thanks." The next comment is from resident Chastity Jennings Nunez and reads as follows. "To the City Council members, City Attorney, and City Manager, the inclusionary housing requirement as recommended by the Planning Commission represents the minimum, short of zero, that the Commission could put forward. It is nothing to pat yourselves on the back about or to feel that you have done anything more than take a baby step in the right direction. It should be approved, and the only discussion will hopefully be how to increase the level of required inclusionary housing, especially for renters and low and very low income residents. It is no surprise that such an anemic requirement is being made by the Planning Commission. Commissioner McMorris was the only commissioner actively advocating for the majority of residents in San Gabriel and was doing so against at least 3 commissioners who were actively working not to protect the city's majority renter population. Lip service doesn't protect our residents from poverty, housing and food insecurity, and a lack of access to basic physical and mental health. Lip service also does nothing to provide social services to our large immigrant population. When the City Council members say we just don't have the money to provide services or to hire a coordinator to help our residents access these services, that is false. $23,000 annually is slipped in at the end of the budget discussion, discussed for less than 10 minutes, and then dedicated to a nearly defunct organization whose 3 top leaders all resigned last week, or when $50,000 is dedicated to fireworks as a possible use, or when the decision is made to annually fund a $119,000 community services officer instead of a social worker, then it isn't that the city doesn't have the money. It is that the city leaders have made a choice not prioritize social services and resources. It is tiring to feel like I am in a fight every day for fundamental rights. Do the right thing and approve this ordinance with the plan to increase the inclusionary housing rate, and do your part to address the inequities and housing insecurity in our city. The next comment is from Jill Shook, co-founding director of Making Housing and Community Happen, and reads as follows. Dear City Clerk, skip. I would highly recommend that the percent of rental housing to be set aside as affordable be increased to at least 15%, if not 20%. There are many reasons for this, and here is few. 1, rents are increasing much faster than income. 2, seniors are the fastest growing homeless population, and they have no way to increase their income. 3, it is much more expensive to house someone once homeless, so affordable housing cost effective is a homeless prevention program. 4, when folks are paying only a third of their income, they have more funds and times available to be involved in the city. Pasadena, where I reside, has 20% set aside, and it's working beautifully. This has in no way deterred development. In fact, due to AB 1818, the state density bonus law, there is no economic disadvantage to developers who choose to include affordable units. In fact, developers are often in a better place financially by including the affordable units. One developer, Westgate, chose to increase the set-aside to 20% when we still only had 15% required, in part because it was more financially beneficial. Please do all you can to help those struggling to stay in San Gabriel. You have a beautiful city, and may God bless you with beautiful policies that honor the spiritual foundations of the mission, the heart of your great city. The next comment is from resident Peter Mendez, tenant in the city of San Gabriel. Dear City Council, after 4 years of delay, I request that you all support meaningful a inclusionary housing ordinance policy for the city of San Gabriel. Although a higher percentage of inclusionary housing for rental developments is what is direly needed, ideally 15% or more, your current draft shall suffice to initiate progress for our city's low-income residents. Please consider a 15% or more IHO for rental developments and an in-lieu fee analysis as progressive way to make things better. With so many tenants rent-burdened and the growing homeless crisis for brown and black folks, we appreciate your work in making San Gabriel an inclusive city to live in, not just for wealthy foreigners and those who can afford luxury apartments. Thank you very much for considering and helping our struggling communities. The next comment is from resident Michelle Brenhog and reads as follows. Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. I am a resident of San Gabriel and also a member of the HERE Commission. Because our city is a majority rental housing city and have so many residents who already struggle to pay their rent, I would like you to consider increasing the inclusionary housing rate for rental developments to 15%. I think there are also other resources for the city as far as looking at how developments, including affordable units, are working in other cities, such as the San Gabriel Regional Housing Trust and the San Gabriel Valley Council of Governments. Please try to do well for the citizens of San Gabriel and understand that being housing insecure is the cause of so many other inequalities that people face, including huge disparities in education, crime, health problems, etc. The next comment is from Edmund Wu of Clever Development, LLC. The calculation for development viability are grossly incorrect due to the assumption that land value in San Gabriel is only $480,000 for a $20,000 square foot lot. Due to the short supply of R3 lots and the relative land value, the lots are undervalued by at least $1.5 million. It would be better to get that value from local agents who know the market. If the land value is over $2 million, which is more realistic, the viability at market rates are less plausible. With affordability requirements and minimal bonus densities, many projects will not be viable. This will result in much less affordable housing. A solution to offset the cost of land, which would be to increase density by providing a higher bonus density and reducing parking requirements. Also, the average unit size would decrease, which would provide housing for younger residents who cannot afford to buy a home. Smaller units provide an alternative aside from ADUs for older residents. For years, many U.S. cities have prioritized parking and lower density over housing for average citizens. This has created an unsustainable solution that keeps families apart, forces people to work more hours, adds too many hours to commuting, and put the younger population without a path to reasonable housing. The next comment is from Allison Henry, co-founder, San Gabriel Valley Tenants Alliance. Dear San Gabriel City Council, thank you for hearing this important housing policy item. This letter is to support of an inclusionary ordinance of at least 15% for both for sale residential projects with 5 or more units, in lieu fee option instead of building the inclusionary units, and rental residential projects with or more units, in lieu fee option available instead of building the inclusionary units. This is certainly feasible, as the city's commissioned feasibility study shows, if developers use the state's density bonus law. Ideally, we would like to see San Gabriel adopt 20% minimum with at least 50% minimum for low and extremely low income, 5% for moderate income residents. But we are grateful for this starting point. The Southern California Association of Governments data demonstrates the need for affordable housing for current residents, and this is the data used in the city's housing element. SG is a majority renter city, 55% renters. San Gabriel has a lower income population than the county. 14% of residents are below the poverty level. Over half, 58%, of all San Gabriel households are low-income households. Rents are slightly higher in San Gabriel than in the county. Nearly 6 out of 10 San Gabriel renters are housing cost burdened, meaning they spend 30% or more of gross income on housing costs. Almost 32% are severely cost burdened, meaning they spend 50% or more of gross income on housing costs. From 2000 to 2018, San Gabriel permitted a total of 346 units, the majority of which were single-family units. Compared to the larger Southern California Association of Governments region, San Gabriel has consistently permitted fewer units per 1,000 residents. During calendar year 2020, there were 223 Section 8 program participants that resided in San Gabriel. Thank you for supporting this important ordinance for affordable housing in San Gabriel. Our first speaker this evening is Sean McMorris.
Good evening, Council. I'm speaking tonight as a resident of San Gabriel, not as a planning commissioner. Tonight, I would encourage you, at a minimum, to pass what staff is recommending, but I would encourage you to pass an ordinance that does 15% for both for sale and rental. And I think that it's important that the density bonus discussion was had here tonight, because if you look at the consultant's own analysis, when you include the density bonus, most of the numbers pencil out. And by looking at the density bonus and the housing ordinance together, you are now, I don't think that you should look at them separately, because when you go to that 15% threshold, you're providing clarity for the developers, because they know coming in that state density bonus is triggered. And because that state density bonus is now triggered, they know that they're going to recoup their costs. If you're going to look at the IHO as a cost burden, then you should look at the density bonus as a carrot or a cost incentive that helps them recover their costs, which the consultant's own analysis shows in many instances in the back of the report, sometimes that the developer, when they use the state density bonus, they will recover almost double their costs than if they just build simply market rate units. So I encourage the city to consider it in that light and look at both the IHO and the density bonus together and provide 15% for both rental and affordable. And I also don't think that the city should be worried about having HCD weigh in. If 15% says they have to weigh in, let them. That same agency is breathing down our necks saying you haven't built enough affordable housing. So if they send you a letter and say, no, you can't do 15%, the next time they call you and say, why aren't you building affordable units? You have that letter to say, you told us we couldn't. Finally, I encourage the city to do an in-fee analysis before they allow that as an option, but also I believe to do nothing tonight will be an extreme disservice to the city. Voluntary, keeping the status quo hasn't worked. We haven't built any affordable units in the last several decades, or close to zero. So I think the voluntary system we're currently operating under will solve nothing. And even though staff has told you, you don't have to pass anything tonight, that may be true, but the clock is ticking for our low-income residents who make up a majority of this city, a majority of renters as well. Please pass something tonight. 4 years is long enough debate.
Our next speaker is Cheryl Cabot.
Cheryl Cabot, resident, mayor, and city council people. It's been a long night, and I'm tired, so I'll make this short. What he said. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, I have no more speaker cards.
Thank you. Is there anyone in the audience that would like to address council? Seeing none, I will close public comment. And then I will also close the public hearing. It's time for council deliberation and discussion. Who would like to start? Do we have any deliberation items?
I'll start.
Councilmember Menchaca.
I always like to do the deliberation part. The clarification part, I'm always questioning the attorney because I think we go over sometimes those fine lines, but that's okay. This is my moment then. I've been waiting for 4 years too. I remember this is back when Councilmember Pooh, I think, was mayor. We started this process, and here we are today. I do not believe, I believe we need to do something. We need to do our part. We've been waiting, we've been looking out all these programs, and we still haven't provided any kind of affordable housing for our residents. We talk about the extremes, that nothing's going to be done, that there's so many constraints that we're putting on the developers, but why don't we also talk about the constraints we're putting on our residents? They cannot afford to be in our community. They need assistance, and we are here to provide assistance for our communities, to improve the quality of life, to give them just access. And the report, I read this other report about our seniors. Our seniors are the ones that are being affected the most now. They do not have housing. And so I was listening to the variety of clarification questions that were being brought up. One of the comments were that, that the bigger developers will figure it out. Well, I agree with that comment. They will figure it out. Regarding the smaller parcels of lands, most of these people seem to just they're waiting for the property values to go up. It's not necessarily because they can't afford it. They're just waiting. They want the property values to go up, and then they're going to sell it, at its peak. So, I just wanted to address that whole concept about the smaller ones. I think it is important that we pass something tonight, and we can always reevaluate it. And I don't understand why, we're not talking about that. We have a responsibility to do something, and we've been very meticulous. We've been examining this. We had a meeting with our planning commission, so it's not something that we're just doing, within 10 minutes. We are actually having those conversations, and I think they've been very helpful. but they've been so skewed to one side. I really want my colleagues to think about what we're doing tonight, how important it is, and the messaging that we're doing tonight of, you know, that we are here to support, and that if we decide to reevaluate 2 years from now, that's fine. But, you know, as a city, we only have one project, and that one project, we don't even know when it's going to be built because we're still trying to cobble together some monies. We really have nothing to offer to our community at this point when it comes to affordable. I wanted to ask, there was one thing that we haven't really talked about, and I'm going to ask Aldo to come up, and that's about the existing stock that we have. You know, we are an older community, and Aldo and I, we were talking about, you know, what is taking place in the market right now? Do we actually have refurbishing, or is it, or are developers or the owners of the property thinking about just bringing it down, knocking it down, and just redoing everything because of the state laws? So on our old stock, that's not even being included in the feasibility, what is going on with the existing projects that are already complete, but the landowner wants to do something new? Are they being refurbished, or is it they would be subjected to this IHO?
Well, the projects that we're seeing as of late are, I would say, are these smaller kind of condominium type projects. I'm not seeing the refurbishment type projects, or at least, you know, I haven't been keeping a tab on those projects. But in looking at some of the agendas, of course, with respect to these projects, that's kind of what we're looking at the moment. At this point, I can't really speak into, you know, how they're going to be impacted. All I can tell you is that pursuant to the ordinance, we're looking at what's applicable, and that's, you know, new construction, of course, alterations, which we had a conversation about alterations earlier, and that's essentially a structure that is essentially structurally modified that would be considered an alteration. So that could certainly, you know, that kind of a project could be impacted by this ordinance.
Okay, okay. And we have a significant amount of older projects that can be or will be redone just because of state laws too.
Well, if they're out of compliance, whether it's a building code issue, not so much a zoning code issue, but certainly a building code issue, but if one of these buildings, by virtue of being non-compliant, would like to make modifications to their structure, would have to meet new codes. They don't have to be modified unless there's some circumstances of requiring that. But I would say those would be voluntary projects unless, you know, something drastic happens to those structures.
But if, let's say it's 10 units and they want to increase to 15 units, they would have to reconstruct it. And then possibly if we had an IHO, then they would have to meet the percentages that we decide on tonight.
Yes, with respect of the ordinance as drafted, if they're adding new units, yes, they would have to comply.
Okay, great. And then the other question I had, I'm not sure who's supposed to answer this, but I do want to kind of piggyback on the whole trigger point, you know, when this would be effective. I mean, it clearly states here in the recommendation it's effective 30 days after the adoption. But if we would agree on the IHO, let's say with the percentages as provided, we as council could decide when we want the effective dates. And the reason I'm speaking to that, because if we decide to do a percentage tonight, I am conscientious of the fact that we have existing projects. We have, let's say 19, 18, whatever that number is. You know, how many of those projects would be subjected to this IHO? I don't like the fact that we have what you call them developers, landowners. They have been investing a lot of money with the pro formas, with, you know, there's just been a lot of money being spent in developing, and for us to kind of pull the rug underneath all of a sudden just doesn't seem fair. I mean, I'm trying to find a balance for both sides. What would be a reasonable trigger point? You know, would it be 6 months after the ordinance? Would it be for those, you know, like January 1st? Would it be for those who've already submitted an application? What would be reasonable? Maybe Mark or...
I think as far as reasonableness, I would leave that to staff, but as far as lawfully, it is entirely up to the council.
So we can say January 1st, we can say 6 months after the effective date of the ordinance. There's a variety there.
That's correct. I would echo what the city attorney said. The only thing I would clarify is that the way the ordinance is currently crafted, it exempts any project that already has a planning approval. So those 19 or 17 projects, whatever that number is, as long as they maintain their approvals and they don't let those approvals lapse, they would not be affected by this ordinance. So the projects that would be affected would be somebody who's approached a landowner who's making their negotiations. They've come up with what their request is for the the land price, but haven't put in an application. So if this ordinance were adopted, they would have to then go back and renegotiate because their development deal has been changed.
Okay, so it would be that group. So the 19 projects are done. They're not going to be subjected to this. So it's those that have not submitted their applications, but they have done the pro forma. They've invested the money, whether the architects or the permitting or just a variety of investments. So we would have to clarify, when that date. So we would allow them maybe 6 months to try to finalize it so they can get the approvals.
That's right.
Okay. That's something I think I would consider in the recommendation is changing that date. Because I just don't think it's, did you have a comment?
Mayor, if I may? Yeah.
Sure.
A change of that nature would require a return and a first reading, a reintroduction and a first reading. Because that's a substantial and significant change.
Okay, that's fine. Let's see, we have 15% for sale and 10% for rental based on the Planning Commission. I would recommend that. I would not make any changes to those recommendations. Rental would, I understand that 15% would be preferred, but I can kind of see the pulse going on here. So I would really want us to at least consider what the Planning Commission has recommended. And let's see. I think that's all for now. My notes are all over the place also, so I'm having a little trouble trying to follow everything I have here. So I might interrupt some of you or just kind of add on as I listen to the rest of you. Thank you. That was all for now.
Thank you. Any other council members have deliberation or Councilmember Chen?
Okay. Thanks for staying. It's been a long night. But just a couple comments for discussion deliberation. And I think for the most part, my points have pretty much been made earlier this evening, probably more eloquently than I would. But just to reiterate, the way I see it, San Gabriel rents are already relatively low. And one thing I'm very concerned about is anytime you mess with the free market, somebody's going to get hurt. And so the way I look at it, if you force developers to do this inclusionary housing ordinance and this low-income housing, they will make less money on those certain units that would be low income. But of course, they're not the ultimate people who will lose the money. They still have to make the same amount of money total. So then they pass the cost on to the other non-low-income units. And those are the people who get hurt the most. And so just as an issue of fairness and just in the way I see the free market, I would be against this type of thing. But thank you.
Any further comments, deliberation? Do you have any points? Councilmember Ting.
Yeah, actually, it's a lot of the question. For myself, original, if the state passed the affordable housing, the bill, so I still confused. How do you define affordable housing? It's really hard. I don't have the and asking all the people, nobody gave to me the correct answer. It's okay. So for my personal, because first of all, if we don't pass this ordinance, so they have given us any like consequence, right? Or we have to follow this.
With regard to the inclusionary ordinance, it's strictly up to the council. It is not a state mandate.
Okay.
We are also meeting the promises that we made in our housing element that we would consider and deliberate the inclusionary ordinance. So we're not mandated by that document to take any affirmative action in adopting it. With regard to the density bonus, I would agree with the consultant. I think it would benefit the city to clean up the language that is currently in the code and move forward with the ordinance that cleans up the density bonus language. They're two separate ordinances. One, even though they are intertwined, they really have nothing to do with each other. Taking action on one doesn't affect the other. But so legally speaking, I would recommend that the council consider taking action on the density bonus cleanup, which I believe is the 690. There is no legal obligation or state mandate or any other mandate that would require that the city council take action on the on 689.
689.
On the inclusionary housing.
Okay. So density would be the 690. It would be like if we don't do it, it's will be confuse the developer or what?
That is exactly true. Doing the cleanup provides a clear path and removes any kind of confusion or ambiguity that exists between ours and the state law, which continues to change. We're behind several changes in state law in our current language.
Yeah. Okay. You know why I asking before asking how do you define the affordable housing? Actually, I have some idea, but I say maybe the legislature not really think about my idea. Because you pass the law, you should be do some like can execute the plan. For my mind right now, okay, our community we discuss that. Maybe you should be establish some rule to assist the low income the people to buy the affordable housing, and also provide some plan to let affordable for the rent. They can do that too. Why I talking about that? Because our city, the budget, it's a limit. State, they should be allowed of they got a lot of the tax revenue from our taxpayer. So, but the reality right now, I know that I say this looks like not really reality things, but I just feel like state, if you have a legislature, you do that, you should have some. It's really can execute the plan, not like put on a burden to our local city, too. But right now it's confused there. But I know that planning commissioner, they do. I think the staff should, it's do a lot of job research that. So, but nobody knows that the result, right? Okay, so consideration, it's I think both the community feel if 15% will be triggered the density bonus. I think a community will be considered about most of the community consider about how can we to let our city safety, like especially for the fire department, for police department, we have enough the people to handle that because the density from the 135. So, and the parking, the consideration. So a lot of the things we need to think about it. But I respect the planning commission. They did. I think they also staff do some job for us. So, like Councilmember Menchaca mentioned, so probably we don't want to like develop or confuse that. At least we can like approve the planning commission their recommendation, and then let the we can future review it, see what's going on. Okay, another question is related to the maybe Aldo to help to this 19 project, it's done, right? Or whatever, it's approved, right? So they don't need to follow this new ordinance, right? You have them? Oh, okay.
That's correct,
Okay.
Councilmember Ding. I'll give you an example, though, of a project that would have to follow it. So the Rubio Village project, they have
That's
talked
I want,
about
that's-
wanting to come back and modify their development. If they did that, they would be subject to the new rules. So it's only those projects, if you adopt the way it's written today, it's only those projects that are already what we call entitled, which means they have their planning approvals, and they build before those entitlements lapse or expire.
But we can also change the effective date. So the Rubio may not be part of it if we give them, let's say, 6 months to resubmit their application.
How about we just get fired available one? That one.
Valley Boulevard, the same thing. If they build under their approvals, or even if they have to modify their plans in order to deal with that, they would be able to not qualify. And there is a section of the proposed ordinance that allows for extensions if there's some act like a fire that's out of the control of the developer.
Okay. Another question, if just in case we approve it, but it's already built the project, I don't think I have a problem. But then they still not start the construction yet. If they change it, they want to say, hey, I want to follow the new, adopt the ordinance. So, right now, for example, they already applied the 100 unit. We approved it. But they say, hey, I want to change it, my plan. I wanted to stay the bonus. We want the 135 the unit. Can they do that too or not?
Absolutely. If they want to change their project, they can. They would have to go through the approval process all over again, through the planning commission.
Okay, so still, if they can effective, if they're okay. And recently, this year, so how many applicant? It's have if 5 unit more or 10 unit more. So is it we recently have received any application?
Currently in process, approximately 10 to 12 applications.
It's within the new ordinance. Okay.
Currently submitted, under reviewed, but
okay.
are not entitled.
Okay, all right. So compared with the last year, it's increase or reduce?
A slight reduction.
Reduction.
Right.
Okay. All right. Okay. Thank you. Someone said.
Oh, I just wanted to answer a question that you talked about. You said, what are we doing aside from this? Other ways of providing affordable housing. And so Samantha did include under Housing Element Goal B, all the different programs that are being done. We still don't have anything. So the staff has tried. They're trying, but this is one of our last, I guess, well, maybe hopefully not our last, hopefully we can get more monies. But with regards to your question about RENA, yeah, we can say we've considered it because that's what's in our housing element. But I think it's more to, how are we going to be accountable to our community? We could tell RENA we've tried, but what about our community? They know that this has been something we've been waiting for 4 years now, and for us not to do anything, just to kick the can down the road, I think that, for me, that's a bigger question than, oh, well, we're going to tell RENA that we've tried and that's it, so, let's walk away. So I just wanted to give you my perspective on
Actually,
our response to RENA, or it's really our response to our community.
Yeah, I know. I want to respond to my community. I want to help the low. Think about the low income. They have the affordable housing. That's definitely my goal too. So I might think about it's really help them because based on the LWC say, okay, for the 10 unit, if you want to like a rental, the cost is going up. It's maybe finally reflect not to really help them. That's how I worry about it. Okay, if we really help them, definitely good, right?
Well, it's going to help the tenant. It may not help the developer or the landowner that's doing it, but at least we'll have something there, some units, so those who don't have housing have at least access to it.
Okay.
But that's my perspective.
All right. So, yeah, it's a low income. I know that it definitely help, but some middle income, they think about it, their market price will be going up, right? So that's no matter who will be paid for it, right? It's because if like I suggest, if we stay, they have some plan to assist to them. That's more reality things to help them.
But,
right?
but at the medium levels have housing. I mean, they have options. We don't build anything. Well, I don't even know if it's medium anymore. It's probably high income to income, whatever that level is. But we have zero when it comes to low and very low, and that's what we're trying to do today. Not just the medium. They're out there.
Yeah, it's because a lot of factor. But we just mentions which one city is it? Duarte, right? They removed it because they.
But at least they tried. They tried and they reevaluated.
So that's why my conclusion, we want to try, see what's going on, and maybe see, we discuss when will be effective. After effective, maybe we should be review every 6 months or 1 year to see it's really help. If a developer not coming in, if market always going up, the price, that's cost problem too. You have to get the affordable housing. That's the reality things, I wish if we do these kind of things to really reduce our housing costs, everybody happy, right? The things, but I agree. Just maybe we can, because the planning commission do a good. I feel they should be already do a good job, and the staff will help them. Okay, I trust them. So, I also agree to we just moving forward, and accept the staff the recommendation. Yeah, that's my comments. Yeah,
Thank you. Vice Mayor Wu. John.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. Okay, so what I have observed from all the study here is we do need to help out those people who has housing issues. They cannot find or they cannot afford a place to live. So, but based on the records here, the Los Angeles County income limits for 3 people, just maybe a family, a couple with a child, the minimum income will be $72,000 or lower. So I just did a brief calculations. If we are able to adopt the housing or the inclusionary ordinance. So for that, we call a 720,000 was property. Is disregarded as a single-family house, or most likely it will be a townhouse or condo. So they can purchase with like $385,170. So with a 20% down payment, that family has to out of the pocket with $77,000 upfront. So that will be a 20% down payment. They borrow $228,000 some dollars. So with today's interest rate, which is is a 7% something, but we calculate like a lower 6.8%. So that will be like a $1,500 per month. I think, including, I'm glad that I hear that the property tax actually will be like a big discount as well. So that means it's not based on the market price, but is based on their purchase price. But they have also need to concern about the insurance, their utility, everything. So everything getting more expensive. The easier or we can more effective way to solve the housing problem will not be the home ownership, but maybe more rental instead of that. Because if we calculate the homeowners association dues, that could cost some money. I don't really know if the developer will also give a discount price on the homeowner association dues. I mean, for the townhouse, easily that can be like 300 something per month. It's just like a very basic, that is like a landscaping, maintenance, or the common area, electricity and power, water, maintenance of the garage, So that could be cost something to the homeowners. So we are talking about if the things getting worse, we say the economy, we may predict it's like a pretty critical down the road, then would that rental property be a safer choice for the people who really need the house? And if we are able to separate, I don't know if that is a good case, but for the ordinance 689, that we are putting the rental and the for sale together. But can we just start with something like we call early harvest, that we can talk about something is more achievable, is more realistic, that keep those people they are able to afford the rent first. Because in our city, I believe we have more than 50%, correct me if I'm wrong, we have more than 50% as tenant. And we are helping those people who really need housing and living in our city. So if you are asking them, how about a family, you just get something, $77,000 is just without any other expenses. They may purchase from the escrow fee, any other, like a mortgage, loan mortgage, or origination fee. I have not included those numbers. So they are looking for, they have to out of the pocket. And plus, if the affordable housing, then they have to sell the property to the same categories buyers in the future, which means their property will very conservatively with like a value, like a not increasing as a market price. When they end up with 30 years fixed rate loan, can you imagine that how much interest rate they have paid out? They are not getting the same benefit as a marketing value property, but they are actually paying out of their pocket that as, feeding the house. But when they sell the house out, they have to sell with lower tiers. So that's my concern. If we are really trying to help those people who is financially not doing so well, we really focus on encouraging those builders to do the rental instead of thinking about, okay, we make some houses, maybe 100, we will have 15 for you, but we will have more than 15 applications if we have those inclusionary, we call affordable housing. We would definitely have more than that. But is that good enough to help the people who really in needs of housing? Instead of the quarter lands that we are talking about on Delmar and Main Street, I agree. We We don't see that yet, even we know there will be something happening on that land. But at least we know at least maybe 50 units that will be using, if we can, that will be like for rent. Then it will be accommodate the 40 or 50 families and using affordable rent to stay in that place in our city. That is very solid that we are able to help those people have house needs. But for the housing, we say the ownership, I would say they're, compared with other people we call middle class, they're able to provide a sufficient down payment, they're paying less interest, they can gain still more, after a few years there, they can enjoy the inflated price on housing. We are damaging the benefits of those people who has an American dream, would like to own a house, because they cannot be benefited from their home ownership. And they are actually paying out of the money, and if someday they get laid off, or any reason they have more difficulties on their financial part, they have to foreclose the things. Would that be any helpful? I mean, would that be a good sign for those people who own a house, but it becomes not affordable, and they have to let the house foreclose, or so that's my concern. I think,
But that can happen to anyone, and we are helping them. We're giving them the opportunity. And losing a house, I've seen it happen, from high-end individuals who make lots of money to people who are barely making it. But we're just giving hope. It's all about giving hope to individuals, and we can always reevaluate, look at it. But we've kind of came to the conclusion that the projects that are existing right now, they're not even going to be impacted by them. The big projects, because they've already gotten their approvals. Unless they want to make some changes, we can always change the effective date too. But I would just ask for you to really consider having some type of housing or percentage for sale, not just for rental. That's just my personal plea to you.
well, thank you, Councilmember Chunga. But
Still have the impact because they still can, if people still not under construction, still can follow the new ordinance to reapply, right? Still there, still have it.
right. So my point is, Mike, we would like to solve the problem more efficiently. I mean, when we are able to create one time, there will be like 40, 50 units available for people to rent. Then we are talking about a project that will be like 100, but we have only 15 available for people to purchase. So it's more, we are taking the majority, but not just minority people. They're better than everyday, the average income. I mean, they're able to, provide, heavy, I would say pretty heavy down payment. So that's my conclusion. I would say we probably should focus on rental than the for sale property. That's my opinion.
So what are you proposing? 0 for sale and rental? What's your proposal? I'm sorry.
I would prefer to focus on rental.
So you're saying
We should
0
pause
for
on-
sale?
Yeah, we can discuss furthermore. I mean, because we actually have we should concern about for sale. Inclusionary. I mean, we want to make sure this is enforceable. Not only, we think from either side, because we are making somewhere in between that we can balance. We are not only considering the developers or the people who needs the housing, but how we can just quickly just get the housing available for people to stay, to rent, and with their, with affordable price.
So I'm sorry, so I just want to just understand, 0% is for sale, and what's the percentage for rental?
Well, I will leave it for discussion, because to me,
Okay.
I would prefer to focus on that more than the for sale. That's
Okay, so you don't have a percentage. I mean, it's being recommended here.
If I may, in response to you, Vice Mayor Wu, that what I see here is that the analysis done by LWC, they've done the math that says that, for sale might be feasible, but the rental, by their math, is fully non-feasible. So I mean, that's what I would disagree with you, because I'm basing my opinion on the way they did their analysis, and so that's where I would disagree with, you know, the side you're taking.
You're done? Thank you. All right, so now I get some, I still have, this has raised some other questions to me, but I would just say I appreciate the comments that everyone has made, but I believe personally to adopt any of the recommendations on the IHO would be a derelict of our duty. And by that, I mean, we have numbers that absolutely haven't been presented at all. Those are the commission's numbers. There's nothing supporting that, 0. And then we have numbers from our consultant that said this might work, but these are a year ago old numbers. And this isn't a question I asked, but I'll ask this to you, Councilmember Wu, or Vice Mayor Wu, as our resident commercial real estate expert. What's the land acquisition cost per square foot in San Gabriel? If you had to give a ballpark, I'm not holding you to that. Like, if you represented a person that had a 20,000 square foot lot, what would you list it at in San Gabriel? Bare ground in San Gabriel, 20,000 square foot.
Well, luckily, we have all the flat land, so, you know, I cannot give you the exactly, I don't really deal with the land transaction at all.
Well, empty land. So how about something that's a building right now that's in terrible condition that needs to be rebuilt? That happens in commercial real estate.
Say it again, I'm sorry.
Like a dilapidated building that needs to be torn down, but someone wants to buy it for development. What would be a reasonable square foot price?
Well, at least I would say 150 to 175, something like that.
What is this pro forma built on, or these numbers, what are they built on? Did you look? Look at it.
Very conservative, I guess.
No, conservative, look at it. It's 20,000 square foot. The acquisition price is $480,000. So over the weekend, I looked at what can you pick up in San Gabriel for $480,000?
I don't do transaction in St. Gabriel.
Bubkiss.
I have to disclose that.
I will tell you, bubkiss. You can't buy anything with land on it for $480,000. Not a single listing. The lowest price listing I found was $800,000. That was a 4,600 square foot lot. $175 per square foot, exactly what you just said. So I believe that listing. If we took those numbers here, that 480,000 number is out the window. So every one of these things, even that the consultant based it on, are out the window. And do you have any objection to me saying that, or is that, because that's actual prices in San Gabriel. I want to make sure the council thinks I'm not making this up. I can give you the addresses. Those are 2 properties that are blank land in San Gabriel. The other one is $308 per square foot, and I'm sure you've seen those. That's $39 million for 2.6 acres. It's about right in San Gabriel. That's what the market is. So this $24 a square foot seems out of the possibility. If someone said, hey, John, how much are you willing to pay? I have a property for $24 a square foot. I'd say, where is it? On the way to Vegas in the desert? That's what I would say. And then I would say, if it's in San Gabriel, I'll buy the entire city at that rate, because I would sell it the next day and become a very wealthy person, because these are not real numbers. And that's why I was asking about the building costs. In my estimation, even the hard costs, the soft costs, including financing, are all well undervalued in the conservative numbers. That's why I say for us to just base it on, oh, the commission said so, or oh, we're basing it on people's ability to afford things, not on whether something can actually be built. That's where I'm coming from. I want low-income units to be built. This won't accomplish it, and that's only one reason why this won't accomplish it, because these numbers are not correct. I can tell you that. I would love to see these. I could plug in real numbers, and I mean, I can do the same thing, but my land acquisition cost, for example, instead of $480,000 is going to be in the range of $3 million, $3.5 million, right around there. Right there, you've added so much onto this pro forma that you could not build a single inclusionary or low-income housing. You couldn't do it. You'd be at a loss even on the market rates based on this. In my opinion, these numbers can be verified. And it's easy because I've done it. I have spreadsheets. I plug in what's there versus actuals. All of my numbers turn red. Everything turns red. You can't build at this rate. So to me, that's where I say we are wholly derelict of duties if we adopt any of this, because they have to be real. It's incumbent upon us to make not only good judgments, but good judgments based in reality and in fact, not based on, well, this, we have a desperate need. The whole state has a desperate need. Everybody has. I want low-income units. I can't make them appear out of nowhere, and I can't legislate them into existence, because if we add legislation that says, if you don't hit this price, then you can't build, the only thing the developers are saying, or even people that own the property free and clear, is, we can't build. That's what they hear. We can't build. So this is actually a bar to building anything in my estimation. So we shouldn't, and I've said this many years, we don't act to look good to the community, to say we did something. We actually need to do good. We don't need to say we did good. It has to be good, and it has to be actually doing good, which is encouraging more development, not less development. That's why I'm really not pro-density, but I would rather up the density than add fees. That would be my solution to this. We have one of the lower densities allowed around us. If we increased that, we could actually, and made incentives, like I think one of the commenters said, carrots rather than sticks, I believe we could come up with some affordable units. If we matched, we don't have to get to 15% to trigger that 35. How about we say, it's voluntary, we'll give you the 35 if you get us low and very low and moderate, all three, and there you go, more density. And that works especially well it scales out to the bigger ones. And the reason I say that is, for example, on that one for sale at 4,000 square feet, you cannot, obviously it wouldn't apply to that, but you couldn't make it inclusionary because there's only one unit. And I'll tell you, and I liked your idea about helping renters. However, let me think like a lawyer that represents a developer. If you tell me it applies only to rentals, guess what I'm doing? I'm selling everything. I'm not renting anything. I go condo. Everything's sold. Or I go condo and then rent out because they're for sale. My design was for sale, can't sell them, I gotta rent them. There's nothing that can prevent that. So I can get around any rule you can make. I don't care what rules we write here, I can get around them. I can tell you that. Any good lawyer could. And if I don't like your rules, I go to the state or the court and I get your rules changed. So we have to come up with something that is an incentive to developers to develop more or denser if we want that, if that is our goal. I believe that is what we could do here. I don't believe anything in this report does that. And I don't believe not taking action tonight is kicking any can down the road. I believe we need a can to be able to kick. Kicking a can for kicking can's sake doesn't, to have a can doesn't do you anything if you can't do anything with it because no units get built. So once again, it was like, oh great, we passed this and we get all these applauds and cheers and then every developer says, okay, I'll just sit on this property for a few years and see until the tides change and see what happens. But I'm not building anything for San Gabriel. And that will happen, 100%. So that was kind of like, I really do appreciate that, but I don't think any rentals are getting built. And right now, and just some of the rhetoric was, well, we got to give these current developers, they got to be able to resubmit if they need to, or give them time to submit. We got 12 in the pipes. If our real goal is to adopt this, why would we let them not be subject to this if it's so great? They should be salivating to work under this scheme because it's an awesome scheme and they're going to make so much money. No. If we adopt this in 30 days, all 12 of those dissipate. So what we're doing is we got 18 in, we got 12 in the pipes, all of those go, and then after that it cuts dry. And why would we want to wait to see? Because it's going to take a year for us to have that, which is a year of 0 units being applied for a full year. At what point do we say this isn't working? 3 months? 6 months? I don't know how long Duarte waited, but they obviously found out ain't nothing happening. It's just no development's going on. That's why Duarte dropped it, because even at 15, nothing was going on. If something at all that was measurable and good was coming of it, they wouldn't have dropped it. It's because it doesn't work. It didn't work. It might work in some areas like Pasadena. I want to know, like, because you hear Pasadena, look at all these great Pasadena. They have huge lots with huge developments. Of course it's going to work. At scale, I can make it work. Less than 100 units, I can't make it work. You can't do the pro forma under this scheme that will work. And I don't blame staff for trying to do it. I don't blame the Planning Commission for trying to adopt something, but in the end of the day, we have to go with math, because that's something everyone can agree on, and reality. And the reality is developers aren't going to go against math, and even if they wanted to, there's not a bank in the world that's going to loan them money. If their pro forma doesn't have a certain return, just won't happen. This will prevent that. At both, and I say both of the consultants' recommendations and the commission's recommendations, they both fail to create any, I would bet, no new, once this is adopted, no new, I would say anything up to 20 units, nothing's being built. 0 will be built because it can't pencil out. So our goal here isn't to just pass an ordinance for passing an ordinance sake and saying we did it. Our goal is to create, and like I said, the very first comment I made, the goal of the ordinance is to add low and moderate income housing. Is that what this is going to accomplish? That's our question to ourselves. I don't believe it will. I believe we could, but it needs to come back to council again under a wholly different feasibility study with updated numbers. I think we need to plug in actual, what could I buy land in San Gabriel for? We can figure out what our current developers are actually paying. I'm sure they would partner with us. We can ask some of the current ones. How much are your hard costs and soft costs as a percentage? We don't have to have actual numbers. Tell us what are your hard, what are your soft, where are we going wrong, or are we right? Because I don't believe we're right, but I'm not an expert. I'm a critic of these numbers. But I can tell you, these numbers were good 10 years ago, 8 years ago when I left the industry, but I can tell you right now, the square foot prices, to me, I'm like, if I could do the project at this, I would do them all day long. And if that was the case, they'd be getting done. So that's kind of where, I mean, I have many, many more comments that, these are just from what the deliberation. I had a whole bunch more questions and comments. I don't really want to belabor it, but I really think we should pause, think about what is the goal, and ask ourselves individually, does this ordinance achieve that goal? Or do we think we might want to take a second crack at it, get some updated numbers, have another staff presentation, and go from there? To me, that is the responsible way to go about this. That is actually the only, I would say, if we had a fiduciary duty to renters or to purchasers, that would be the only reasonable, even. I would call it unreasonable to use these numbers. It would be the only reasonable course of action to plug in real numbers and adjust accordingly, or revise our whole approach and say, are we willing to add some density trade-offs like the state does, but at a smaller level, and instead of waiting for 15% or whatever the percentage is, say, hey, we'll go right off the bat. If you put 7 units here instead of 5, and 2 of them are 1 or 2 of them are whatever, however the math works out, are low income, moderate income, very low income, you get concessions. You get less parking, breaks, all the stuff that developers want. But we don't have to do it only with the big developers, because we already there. Like I said, and I think Councilmember Menchaca agreed with me, the big ones are going to take care of themselves. However, and I'm not saying they're going to take care of it by complying with us. They're going to take care of it by however way they need to, and that's what's going to happen. And so I really think that we should consider that. I appreciate the fact that, like Councilmember Ding says, we have to do something, which is true, we do, but I don't think this is the thing we should be doing, because it mathematically doesn't make sense. Like if I asked you as an insurance broker for your risk, and I said, yeah, this guy really likes to drink and drive, but he can't afford insurance. Don't you think we should lower his insurance? You'd say, do you have a hole in your head? He gets in a wreck every 2 weeks, he totals cars. Mathematically, if I underwrite that person, I'm going to lose 100% of the time. I can't get insurance. It's the same analogy here. mathematically, these units can't be built. So passing the ordinance is not going to get more units built any more than me ensuring somebody's going to make them a better driver. That's what happened. So that's, I mean, I have a lot more analysis based even on the comments we made, but that's, I think you get the gist of it. I don't know if anyone has a response to that, or maybe we.
I do.
What's your response? You did the
My
math?
response is I think that analogy was ridiculous, personally. I believe that we need to reach some kind of common ground. You know, we've been talking about this. The reason I wanted to at least give those 12 or whatever that number is of people who've started applying is because we haven't made a decision. We keep postponing it. And so out of fairness, that's why I think we should change the effective date. But we need to make a decision tonight. And if it's 0-10, then it's 0-10. But just to, you know, anything is plausible. But until we try it out, I mean, he can put numbers, a variety of numbers. He can have 100 different scenarios. But until we put this in effect, we really don't know what's plausible. Give it a chance to see how the market responds, how the landlords respond, how the developers respond. But to put a pause again and again, I mean, what are we looking at, 6 years now? I believe we've reached some kind of common ground, 0 and 10%. I'm not sure if there's someone else who agrees, but I believe we need to move forward. I think we have enough information. We've done enough deliberation. Definitely updating the municipal code, we can do that separately, Ordinance 690, but we need to kind of reach some conclusions. I know you would love to continue the conversation, but I think we've had extensive conversations, so let's make a decision.
Okay, so in response, I would say yes, we should take action, but we shouldn't take action for taking action's sake. 0 of these numbers point to success. In fact, they point to quite the opposite. And I agree, we should come to some sort of consensus. So I'm going to tell you that I would like option 4, none of the options taken, and I'm gonna make a motion and see how you guys vote, to waive the full reading and introduce Ordinance 690 by title only, and to direct staff to present a revised inclusionary housing ordinance at a future meeting based upon council comments and questions presented tonight, revise the feasibility studies to the current pro forma numbers, additionally have staff to communicate with council members to address concerns or items they believe should be in the future report. I think I just ended there. I have a few more things. It's 2 separate motions. One is to adopt the ordinance, and the second is directing staff to present a future ordinance.
Can I?
Adopt which one ordinance?
The ordinance is to update the code for the 690 was for the density.
For the density.
To reflect the cleanup, to reflect the state number, so that our density now lines up with state law.
Okay.
And then the other one is to get everything else revised with new numbers so we can have a cogent discussion based in reality.
So 690 just follow the state code.
Correct.
So it would, no matter percentage for the density, right?
That's the section that prevents us from having to keep updating our code. Our code will be whatever the state says it is.
You know, it might be clear if we just have 2 different motions to make it clear. Approve 690 and then your second.
No, that's the city attorney. He separated it.
Yeah. For the
Oh,
It is two separate motions.
I just made them in
separate motion.
Oh, okay, so.
The
then-
689, you want to postpone it.
689 postpone and get updated information from staff.
Yeah, you, Mayor, you talk. It's a lot of point I agree to. Okay, include all the council member the consideration, but I just wanna, like, I know that because we're talking about this inclusion, it's a long time, and so the question is after restarted it, so is there any idea you have proposed what's the best way for our community for this kind of consideration?
Yes, that's what I said. I did say that I would be amenable to actually giving actual density bonuses, more units in the same amount of space
Okay.
that a developer can, and that's contingent upon a developer, not waiting to hit the state thresholds, but to develop our own scheme.
Just direct go to the 135.
Well, whatever it is, whatever the first number that pencils out, let's try that. If it's 20%
Okay.
extra, 25%, but I'll let the people that do this for a living figure that out. But from a policy standpoint, I think that is a more responsible way, is to say, figure out what number actually works and bring it back to us. I don't know what that number is, but I can say that there is a number that if we gave them an unlimited amount of units until they figure it out, they would come up with a very dense, very tall project. We may not want that, but there is a place where that curve hits the sweet spot where we get enough low income and moderate income units, and the developer can still feasibly build and make enough return to satisfy their lenders, satisfy their own investment pro formas. They could do it. That number exists. It is not in Ordinance 689. It doesn't exist there.
Okay. So,
How long would that take? I mean,
yeah,
we're looking
yeah,
at another
that's my
6
question.
months, a
Yeah, that's
year,
my
2
question.
years?
So I appreciate that last question, because I was going to interject and say that that is not a quick process, starting with which we are done with the contract with LWC. They've done everything that they have promised us and that we have in our contract. So we would come back to council with a revised contract. The analysis is going to show that, as was discussed tonight with updated numbers, it's going to show that the percentages are less supported, not more supported. But the discussion that we just had regarding whether there are densities that would support housing, that is what we've been seeing with the with the density bonus and affordable units. The next project that we were going to start working on would be the rezoning that we need to do for the general plan update. So we would work that analysis into that rezoning. All of that to say that's not quick. That's 6 to 9 to 12 months by the time we get this through the Planning Commission and back to the City Council. So I don't want any frustration or unrealistic on staff's part that we're promising you something and then we underdeliver. So it's a long process. And Sam, if you disagree with anything I've said.
And I would add to that if we adopt the 689, 689, then we're going to sit here and wait, and there'll be no development going on.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, so it's a point, it's like we estimate after feasible for even like after 6 months later, the feasible maybe percentage is lower, right? If a percentage is lower, so the mayor, so you're still going to, for the A, we just do it, let the developer can do like hit the state bonus incentive. If you say if the still reduce, you still think about it that today maybe we can make a decision. Maybe we can move on. Just go ahead, let the developer hit the higher bonus density for our city.
So are you saying adopt 689 and see what happens?
Yeah. So I mean
that's a possibility. I'm just saying it's not the prudent course of action.
I know. It's so that's why, because everybody, so we don't know the result, right? Nobody can sure in my plan or nobody anyone plan it's really executed or really have we don't know the result, right? So.
Well, I would argue LCW does. They know it won't work for rentals.
Not until we try are we going to know. That's the reality.
Let me ask LCW, do you think rentals will work? You said not in your, I can ask, it's still deliberation, we can ask questions, yeah.
Yeah.
Because we can get clarification. Do you believe rentals will work if we add in?
So the analysis that we presented shows that given current development costs, and parenthetically, I'd like to discuss a little bit about the land costs, because I think you're a little confused.
Okay, thank you. That's why I was asking during the.
Yeah. So the land costs are determined through a residual land value.
Yep.
I can price land at any cost I'd like to. That doesn't mean that it will sell. Why does land have value? A big component of land value is its entitlements, what I'm allowed to build there. So we do in these kinds of studies to control for entitlements, also adjacencies, what's the land next to, and also improvements, both on and off-site improvements, is we take a look at what the achievable rents are, right? Capitalize the value of those achievable rents, reduce the replacement cost to build the improvement that we're considering, and then what's residual, what's left over is the land value. So those land values are synthetic.
Yep.
But they're a product of the achieved rents. So if you go around looking at listings,
Yep.
you're going to find different land values. Those are not necessarily realistic because they include the entitlements on the land, any improvements on the land, and any adjacencies on the land.
Correct.
Okay, so I have a fair amount of confidence in those land values. That doesn't mean that you can run out and have a transaction to find that listed, but that's the residual value based on what multifamily residential and rental units are currently achieving in the market, less the replacement cost of the improvement.
So that would be people that already own the land?
Well, it's a replacement cost, okay? So if I'm getting X dollars in rent, I look at a capitalized value of that, right? Then from there, I say, what's the replacement cost of a new improvement of the same size, using known capital costs from a third-party source. What's left over is the residual land value. That's the most that the land can cost and produce the rents that are being achieved in the market.
Do you have examples of that math anywhere? Because I didn't see that in the report.
Yeah, I mean, it's
I've
backed
done
up in
that.
there, but that's that's how those numbers are derived.
I still don't have confidence in that number. I think it's higher. Personally,
That's fine. We
San
can,
Gabriel
we
is
can,
high.
we can talk about listing prices and what's achievable prices till we're blue in the face.
Yep.
Now, that being said, one of the other questions you're asking is that instead of an inclusionary housing ordinance, which is in fact a fee of sorts, could we have a local density bonus or a super density bonus? And the answer is communities throughout Southern California have adopted super density bonuses. We have not analyzed it for you. So I don't know what the optimal or right number would be for a super density bonus for your community.
As the person with knowledge there, do you see any of them that are reducing their percentages or having failures or changing them right away?
It's relatively new, having super density bonuses, and it's mostly the bigger cities that are doing it. So Los Angeles is doing it around transit stations and then expanding it. Long Beach is in the process of adopting a super density bonus. Don't know if Pasadena has one or not. They might.
See, the reason I'm saying this is because most of our development is around transit.
Right.
And that's the people that are going to be living in high-density units.
And there's the whole matter of AB 2011,
gonna hit
which
it.
changes the zoning along high-density transit corridors. Again, not being analyzed in this report for two reasons. One, the report was done before AB 2011 was passed. And secondly, we're trying to keep this as plain vanilla as possible, because if you start introducing these additional complicating factors, you're not going to be able to come to a decision.
See, I'm not trying to introduce them, I'm trying to replace this with those, because that's where we're headed anyway by state mandate. We're going to be there. Valley Boulevard is going to be there. I think you would agree with that.
Yeah,
It's
so
a transit
already right now, it's subject to 2011, and 2011 may change in this legislative session.
So my point is get ahead of that and do the analysis right now, rather than adopting something we know isn't going to work. Let's adopt something that once again goes along with state law, and we're pretty confident it'll work.
So the way that I would phrase what you are describing is to not consider a local inclusionary requirement. There's nothing that a community is obligated to do, nothing that this community is obligated. Some communities are obligated to do it. It's real interesting. By getting your certification early in the cycle, you manage to get away with is a strong word, the option to consider an inclusionary ordinance. Many communities that we're working, which are later in the cycle, HCD is insisting adopt as a program in their housing elements. So it's always a moving target. So you have a little bit of wiggle room which you can use. So in that regard, what you're suggesting is to say, instead of an inclusionary ordinance, we're going to look at a super density bonus or a local density bonus that goes over and above the state mandate. That's certainly something that communities
Or
can
even
do.
triggers at a lower threshold.
That's what a super density
Yeah,
bonus
it's
would be.
not wait
Yeah,
until you get
yeah.
up there.
You could say-
Or we can also consider both. We can pass the inclusionary housing ordinance, because we know it's going to take a year to do this super duper, whatever it's called, density bonus. We can do both,
You could
correct?
do a local option.
Yeah,
There's
do the
nothing
local
that prevents you
option,
from having a
and we
local-
can also provide the option of doing the super density bonus,
Yeah.
which is going to take a year, because it also has to go through the planning commission. So it's not just staff time, a new contract, but it also has to go through a review process.
Okay, so,
Actually, I wanted to have him answer my first question.
okay. All right.
First question I asked.
Okay. But
Do any rental pro formas make sense to adopt under 689 that was the
So
commission's?
our analysis of the market right now in San Gabriel, it is not feasible to do market rate rental apartments in San Gabriel today. Our analysis suggests that it's infeasible, and you'll note that the applications you're getting are for sale, not for rent.
Correct.
So that provides confidence in the analytical exercise that suggests that today, apartments, new construction of apartments, given the rents that can be achieved in San Gabriel, are infeasible.
Given that, what's your confidence in the Planning Commission's recommendation to have a rental?
So
Would new developments get built at all?
So our recommendation is to not consider an inclusionary requirement on rental residential development at this time. That's that's LWC's recommendation, based on the analysis of the market.
Councilor Ding?
Yeah, okay. So based, I trust your the recommendation to your analysis too. Okay, everybody have a different viewpoint, and but I also hear the community don't believe it, right? If they believe it, so so someone, okay, but we don't know. Everything is way on the paper right now. It's not a really. So my propose, okay, continue to do the study, the LWC and the staff. Even they take like 1 year, we continue that. But today, maybe we can approve the current recommendation. So start from that 6 months later, right? And we can review it after they started it. They bring back to the new recommendation. Maybe that time we can make some adjustment or change or withdraw the current today's the.
Yeah, but the experts already said that the recommendation doesn't work.
Yeah, but everybody, I trust them,
They're the
but sometimes you never know.
Yeah, you don't.
You never
but,
know.
I
On
mean,
the
they are
market, it's you never know, right?
more than-
So, yeah.
Creative minds, that's how they
Yeah.
come up with ideas. They're
Yeah.
told, no, you can't do it, and all of
Yeah.
a sudden, they have great companies, they have great
Yeah.
ideas.
So
Anyway,
we have 10 minutes.
Yeah.
We have more than that, because we can go past 11.
May I make the second on both your motions, the Mr. Mayor's motions?
Thank you. I was waiting for someone. So we have two motions. We'll take the first motion first, which is to adopt Ordinance 690 and waive second reading. Introduce it and
Okay.
first reading. We waived the first reading though, right?
For the
I read by title only.
90, right?
690,
Full reading.
that's density bonus.
The density bonus.
Cleaning up the density bonus.
Cleanup of the density bonus. So we'll vote on my first motion,
Okay.
which is the cleanup ordinance, adopting 690.
Okay. So who make a motion?
I already did?
You did.
Okay,
Motion.
Your second, okay, so vote, go ahead and vote, right? Okay.
Vote on the first motion.
Motion passes by a vote of 5-0.
So we took action. And I'll reiterate my second motion, which was to have staff come back with a revised inclusionary housing ordinance with numbers that will work based upon the questions and discussions here with the revised report. And I think I will modify it to include extending the contract so that we can continue the work, because right now we can't continue the work. That came up during.
Yeah, my
I think
question,
the contract would have to come on a.
yeah, Mike?
Motion?
on
Okay,
a
we can do that
separate-
later. Yeah.
Can I make the, also option my motion? So we passed this 689, but waiting for the staff report come back.
Well, we have a
Can we
motion.
do that?
There's a motion.
We have a motion with a second, so we have to vote before.
Have any second?
Well, no, there's already a motion with a
Okay,
second.
all right, okay,
We have to vote on
So-
that, and if that fails, then we can move to your motion.
okay, all right.
So we'll move the second motion. Do I need to read it, or does clerk have it? Everyone clear what the motion is?
Yes.
Okay, so you're clear, or? Okay. Okay, so the second motion is to have staff, direct staff to present a revised inclusionary ordinance at a future meeting based upon the comments here tonight and the questions presented, and revise the feasibility study to current pro forma numbers. And and then additionally, staff will communicate with the council members to get their input on that future report to make sure it includes everything that, like the rentals and everything else you were talking about. So it includes staff includes comments from us, including offline in the future individually.
And just for the record and to make it clear, any communications between staff and council members on this issue would be individual.
Correct.
Between the city manager and the council members.
Thanks for the clarification. That's exactly what I meant. So if any individual council member wants to approach the city manager to schedule time to discuss, that's on them. We just can't discuss it amongst ourselves. So that would be my motion to clarify this report.
My second stands.
So let's go to the board, please. Okay, motion carries. Somehow.
Someone doing? Which one do you want?
Oh, there we go. Motion carries.
Motion passes by a vote of 3-2.
Thank you. All right. Getting close. Next item, please.
I have no speaker cards for the second public comment section.
All right. No, sure, we got 5 minutes. No city manager's comments. Council comments and conference meeting reports. Anybody has a report?
I do.
Councilmember Chaka.
Yes, I like to, at the last meeting, we did vote for the chamber membership for $23,000, and I like to bring that back as an agenda item. Since that day, we've been able to, we received some letters, and which for me were very troubling. I didn't agree in regarding the way it was submitted, and there was an article or comments regarding the Brown Act. I still believe we should have vetted it, and I think this is an opportunity to bring it back as an agenda item. I would like to propose that all city monies to the chamber should cease and not distributed until the council does a proper deliberation and votes on this agenda item one way or another. City money should include any grant funding, because there is a grant out there that the chamber has submitted. We received 3 resignation letters from longstanding board members that show that further diligence is necessary. As council, we have the fiduciary duty to our taxpayers. This membership fee can be considered as a gift of public funds without the public reviewing it or reviewing the input, reviewing or inputting. We spent 10 minutes and that was it. I suggest that we bring it back in 2 to 3 months so staff can gather information so we can deliberate properly and allow the public to view the material. In that agenda item, I would like to see financials. That would include a profit loss statement, show how monies are being spent. There was talk in these letters that the audit was waived by, I believe, the mayor of Arcadia, and we should get the minutes to find out what was the logic in waiving the audits. In the resignation letters, it made it very clear that there is some, see, I'll just read it. I mean, it sounds like the chamber is in the process of bankruptcy. It says here, I accepted as new board president to help the San Gabriel Chamber to improve and remedy its current financial crisis. I truly want to help the San Gabriel Chamber to be financially sound and solvent, so there's definitely issues there. The other part of the letter from a different board member says the decision to resign without seeking board approval is a direct reflection of my profound concern regarding the lack of integrity and honesty displayed within the organization. These letters are now public documents, and as council members, we get notification when public document requests are being made, and that's been made. I also would like to reference in the agenda item, if I can get my colleagues to agree with me, we did a thorough analysis 3 years ago. We need to bring that to the agenda item if we are able to, if I can get support, to bring that back, because in that analysis, we did have a city contract. We proposed it to the chamber and included accountability and metrics, and they rejected it. So this item needs to be brought back, and I just want to see if I can get support for that. That was all.
Thank you. Other council members? Any comment?
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Well, regarding these issues, I will agree with Councilmember Machanga. Well, both Councilmember Ding and I, we are the members of the St. Gabriel Chamber of Commerce. I joined this Chamber of Commerce even before I was appointed as a council member last February. As a business owner, I understand that how important it is to have a strong chamber, that what it means to our business community. The city funds has been approved, aims to keep the Chamber of Commerce strong and continue serving our business community. When I look around our neighbor cities that like Acadia, Temple City, Alhambra, their Chamber of Commerce have a very strong ties with their local government. But it comes to my attention that 3 officers has resigned from the Chamber of Commerce, including one of our former colleagues. So I believe as council member, it's our responsibility to find out any potential issues and ensure that our city's fund will be truly benefits the Chamber of Commerce and help to maintain in good condition. As a corporate member, I'm a corporate member and paid my own membership fee that I have witnessed the St. Gabriel Chamber of Commerce hosting events such as social networking, gathering, ribbon cutting for the new businesses in our city, and educational seminar to benefit its members. So that's why I really truly believe that they're doing something really good to our community. But I think that I would prefer to keep the grants, as we approve for the Chamber of Commerce. Then we conduct an evaluation. I mean, at least we can just, if necessary, we provide a list of area that for improvement and specific goal that we would like them to achieve before the fund is released. I believe no one here would oppose the idea that St. Gabriel needs a healthy and strong Chamber of Commerce that can represent us as a community-friendly city. So that's my conclusion. Thank you.
Okay, so there's a couple different things. Are you in support of bringing an item, a specific item for the chamber to?
Yes, actually, we have approved the $23,000, but I think that we still keep whatever we have approved in our account, but I would like to get more information before we release that to the chamber.
Yeah, so the budget is approved.
It's approved.
So you're talking about
We have
the
not
spending
released.
of the budget.
Yeah,
those are two separate items.
Yeah, two separate. So we still have the budget. We approve it. We are not but we are not releasing that yet, because I would like to maybe have further, discussion. So I think, once we are okay, we just release that.
So when you say further discussion, to put something on the agenda, are you saying you want everything that Councilmember Menchaca said, or do you want something different?
I think that is a part of our discussion, because to me, it's kind of weird that before we actually supporting any entity that we are asking for their FICO score, their credit score, anything, profit and loss, but because 3 of the officer, resign, then I think that we need to find out if anything that city can really benefit them, helping them to make sure that this is a right angle that we wish them well. I mean, we need a Chamber of Commerce for sure.
Of course.
But we want to make sure that it's really in a good standing. So that's my point.
I have Councilmember Chan, Councilmember Ding, your opinion on putting an agenda item to decide whether to pay out the budget or not?
I don't think that's necessary.
Councilmember Ding?
Yeah, okay, it's actually, no, for myself, okay, last meeting, it's a really surprise to me, but for me, it's a Chamber of Commerce, it's a really, I support them to have the relationship with the city, right? Also, the one part of our community. So we need to bring our bridge to understand each other, to help each other, to promote our city business. But I think that the procedure, the way probably the article say the way, I don't know, that I still need to asking the city attorney, it's a brown air problem or not, but it looks like last time it's say don't have this problem. Is it, yeah.
What?
Yeah.
Adoption of the budget.
Yeah.
When the council deliberates the budget,
Okay.
all of the appropriations
Okay.
can be changed. You could have added a police officer, you could have bought a truck, you could have done a number of things and adopted the budget.
Okay.
That
I
action.
think to clarify
past
though, it
11.
doesn't have to be on, yeah, but this is your item if you want to stop.
No, don't we have to approve it? Approve past 11? I
No, we
thought
can't start a new item past.
Oh, okay.
So council comment has already started. So we can't adjourn.
Okay.
No, so the question is, could we have put anything that's not in the budget as a new item into the budget? I think that's the question.
Yes.
Without violating the Brown.
You're considering a budget. You're not, again, you're not spending the money.
Yeah, but the public say because they didn't see this issue, they didn't see that this matter.
I give you a little from experience.
So for me also, yeah, I think it's better bring for the next council meeting to discuss. Yeah, I think that's.
Wait, discuss what though? That's my question.
Okay.
Whether to
For-
put it in the budget or what's your discussion?
Okay, discuss just based on the discussion, the other council member what they think about it. It's also listen. It's very important. I want to listen the public comments too. It's a public comments that give it to us some idea. Then we can see what's going on. What's the proper way to do that? Okay, I personal. You say I want bring this city and the from my standpoint, Chamber of Commerce, we have the good relationship to establish a good relationship to help each other, right? I saw them to do some especially for the small business grand opening. They do some good things for the business owner, So for this issue, okay, I don't say okay we want to take off that. Okay, that's my point too. Okay, but we need to listen to public comments, see what's going on. Yeah.
Okay, so I'll work with the city manager. Sounds like you want to have an agenda item.
Yeah.
Yes?
Pardon me?
You want to add an agenda?
Yeah, agenda item.
That's the long and the short of it. So if we have 3 council members that want to do it, we add it to the agenda.
Okay.
So I'll work with the city manager he's taking notes. so
Okay.
To get something on the agenda to have a discussion regarding Chamber of Commerce.
Yes.
But let me make sure we make it clear, because sometimes things don't get clear. It's an agenda item, but we're putting a hold on any disbursements.
Yeah, that was the motion, or the discussion, yeah.
Hold on.
We're not
hold
making
on,
Hear the
yeah.
disbursement
Yeah.
part.
I said that he's taking.
So this one, even this one, it's everything, whatever. Okay, what's the result? Okay, if the result is still going to that, it's just after July 1st, right? For my understanding, for the next year, the budget, right?
Correct. The budget that was adopted last council meeting goes into effect July the 1st, so we won't process any payments before that. But based on what I'm hearing from council, we won't process any payments to the chamber until we have a council agenda item to discuss that.
Correct.
Okay. Maybe that's the put on it.
But I just want to be very clear that the 12 budgets that I've done here, probably 11 or 10 of them, we've added things that were not on the agenda. It's not a Brown Act violation. 100% not a Brown Act violation. And that doesn't change the fact whether we put it on an agenda item or not. I'm just making sure that you're fully confident if someone says you violated the Brown Act by voting on that or discussing it, you did not.
Because the article.
Law allows us to discuss
some things
any allocations.
Yeah, some things could be legal but not ethical. And I think something like this, because the dollar amount was so large, that, and because we've had
we bring
previous
back
discussions.
ethical.
Yeah.
Right? Okay.
I mean, that's the way I look at it. I've told Martin I completely disagree with him. We still have a good relationship. But I think there's certain items, especially if we've already had these discussions extensively in the past, to slip it in at the last minute, it is just not ethical. If we approve it at the end, which is possible, then we approve it, but at least we've given the public a chance to review it. We've looked at the situation, and we can't ignore these resignation letters. They were pretty telling, which are going to become public very soon, apparently, from the document request. I only saw one document request.
Let me
If I can just caution the council, we've taken quite a bit of time on an item that isn't on the agenda, and since we're talking about potential Brown Act violations, I think the decision appears, at least, that the decision to put it on the agenda has been made.
No more discussion right now, right?
To have the funds not distributed prior.
So actually, you mean that right now we cannot just make a motion?
No, there's no motion.
Not a motion. That just
Consensus to
for the
direction to put it on a future agenda and not to spend any of the allocated money until that meeting has happened. But I believe we should offer all council members a chance to opine as to why it should not be on an agenda.
Okay, so
that's within the Brown Act, correct?
So I may make a short comment? Is that correct?
As to whether this should go on or not, even though we've already voted.
Yeah, I think it's pertinent.
Already directed.
I believe it's pertinent. Just to address the point that my colleagues have made about 3 of their board members have resigned. I want you to also understand that yes, 3 resigned, but their full board, I believe, is 15, or please correct me if you know the exact number. So it's not like a majority or a large number resigned. So just to put things in context.
Well, let's put it in context. It was the president, vice president, and the immediate past president. Those are pretty significant.
Well, whatever internal is going on with them, I'm not speaking on that, but just to put things in context in terms of the number, the percentage of the board.
Got it. Thank you. Thank you for your reason. So with that, is there any other council comment?
I've got some of my regular fun stuff.
Is it so fun we need to stay?
Oh, okay.
No pressure.
That's a good point. Excellent. No, I went to a few meetings and everything was good.
Perfect.
Okay, so I have allowed of the
I know
council
you have an
comments.
important one, so I'll let you.
But just like this Saturday, June 24, the morning it's 9 to afternoon 12 o'clock. That's our most the Chinese community, especially for the first generation, the immigration, to the like a pre-celebration for the 4th of July. So that day we have the raising the flag and sing the national anthem and honoring the veteran. This year especially we honor the Brenda Tsai. Okay, so it's a Maury Parker. People will be already know these things. Okay, and also have the care fair and then provide allowed the free advice for the doctor or even the Chinese medication or the consultant or have dentists and to coming to. It's everything is free, and with the, also have the free seminar for regarding the care fair. Okay, and also it's another thing we call the Walk for Health. Okay, Walk for Health. It's actually this total is 4 organizations. When it's an IPAC, when it's a Quarter A, AAA, another one is a San Gabriel Hope Line Club, and another Hope Center. So Hope Line Club and the Hope Center, it's a focus. It's a care fair and a walk for health. So provide we need everybody. It's really health. But I put on we've put on not just me. It's walk for health. Also let the people to know our very, very good city, the history, the city. So see our mission, see our to walk around the Mission Playhouse, our city hall. So because even like a Chinese Lunar New Year, I did it. I have a free tour guide. The people have a lot of questions. Some people they live in the San Gabriel 20 years. They don't know that. But I think hopefully this time also is a good thing to promote our historical city. Okay, so can I say some Chinese one? Maybe they watch that. Okay.
You can, but I may let Eric.
Okay, so welcome all the council members, all the city manager, city staff or residents to join attend. This is a free admission. Have the free gift, but first come first serve. Okay. 各位这个San Gabriel市民哈和周围的朋友们，那个6月24号是我们感恩美国的活动。那么9点到2点，我们升美国国旗，唱美国国歌，表扬退伍军人，也表扬那个Brenda菜。我们还有这个免费的义诊游园会，我们还有这个是走出健康，大家我来带大家看。这个San Gabriel的那个有历史的那个建筑 ，OK. So this event, the name called Thanks USA, that we show our appreciation and welcome everybody to attend. Okay, thank you.
Mayor, real quick. It's 11:15, so what the heck? No, because as council members, we're always asked this question. Every year, we're supposed to be doing this walk from the Mission to LA. And this year, the city of LA said they had staffing shortages, and so it will not take place again. I talked to our city manager. There will be social media and information distributed, but just as council members, we will be approached. And so I just wanted to make sure it's made public that LA is who pulled out. That was all.
Thank you for that clarification.
Maybe we can walk by ourselves.
Yep, nothing will stop you, other than if we don't leave tonight. Anyone else?
Okay.
Sorry for cutting you off, Ed.
Well, just really quick. Well, on June 17, I visited the San Gabriel Nursery in Flores for their 100-year celebration. Well, this local business has graced our community with the beauty of nature. So there was no particular ceremony, but they offered a fun tour for kids and showcased their strong ties with our community. And later that evening, that Councilmember Machanga, Councilmember Ding, and I attended the 20-year anniversary dancing celebrations and performance by ATTF. Is that correct? ATTF, right? Asian Talented, yes, AATF, I'm sorry. Well, so the shows last close to 4 hours, and the Mission Playhouse was packed with the audience. Over 100 dancers performed in the show, creating a very good cultural and great platform for the talented young dancers. And yesterday was June 10th, a day when we honor the resilience and the contributions of the African American community. And just in 2 days, on June 22nd, we will celebrate the Chinese traditional holiday, which is called Dragon Boat Festival. I wish everyone have a great festival and hope you enjoy the rice dumplings. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm sorry for cutting you off earlier. I didn't expect all that.
I'm good. you're good, I'm
With no objection, I will adjourn at
No objection.
11:19 PM.